if everything you've ever learned about the universe was missing one word? The universe is not a machine. It is not simply matter. It is music. Every song begins with one note. So does creation. The composer's baton is hydrogen. When the first note began vibrating, light was born. The elements are not simply chemicals. They are the notes from which every song is written. A composer never needs infinite notes. He creates infinite songs from a finite orchestra. When hydrogen and oxygen began performing in concert, the first concert hall was born. Before there were hearts, there was water. Before there were brains, there was water. Every future song would rehearse inside the hydrome. Magnetism does not play the music. It keeps the orchestra together. The chest is not merely protection. It is the grand human beatbox. The baby rhythm begins deep within the brain. The grand rhythm fills the lungs and heart. The entire human composition becomes a living instrument. The genome is not life. It is the score. The phenome is the opera. Opera is living music. It gives flesh to ideas and matter to composition. Every performer has an audience. Every audience becomes another performer. This is the information sphere. This is the inspiratum. The universe is built from nested audiences. DNA is not the music. It is the record. The cell reads the grooves. The body performs the album. An album was once a public announcement. Your life is still one. Every beat writes another track. Every day becomes another session. Every season becomes another album. Every lifetime becomes another record. The catalog grows forever. Relationship is two or more performers acting in concert. Health is biological concert. Healing is restoring concert. Life is universal concert. People have spent centuries asking what the universe is made of. The composer asks a different question. What song is it singing? Life is not made of matter. Matter is organized into music.
Aubrey, you can go do your volleyball thing after.
After.
What happened to my cup from earlier? Hold on. Don't bring it to me with all sudsy with dishwashing stuff in it. So bring me both of my cups, please. Okay. All right. So YouTube did not know how to. What just happened? What is going on? Okay. Yeah, YouTube didn't know how to put this in the algorithm, I guess. So all we got is us. It's a secret society. Before we get started, do y'all remember this? Who remembers this? Who remembers that? Who remembers that? I just, as we continue to go into this information, I just want to remind you guys, how long, when I say 48 months to put this thing together, but 48 years for the research to be done. I want y'all to really understand this is not for play. Yeah, let me get my mic together. My microphone ain't even together. There we go. Now we got the right. Yeah, now we got the right sound. I want y'all to see this. Remember how old this is? You remember how old this is? Look at your lower left-hand corner. Do you see that? So this is not something overnight. This is something that took me a lifetime. A lifetime. So, let me actually, give me a second. Let me go get something real quick. But it'll sound better See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am? But it'll sound better it'll sound better See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am to fit in your space? That don't even make no sense.
God is music. I hope you hear him. This is his academy. Earth is the booth, sun called the session. Flesh is the record, spirit the impression. Matter the current, current to light. Light back the spirit, conduct your life. God is music, flesh is the record. Wave hit the matter, now the whole thing electric. 27 sections, every member connected. Hold fast to the cycle, no enemy prevailing. Matter the current.
Okay. So here's a few of the books. Quiet on the set. Here's a few of the books right here. this point, we're beyond. You know what I probably should do? I just got an idea. I'm gonna probably make, maybe I should make, I gotta write this down. We're gonna rearrange the books. Rearrange bookshelf. Spirit code 911. All right, note to self. Because I need to be able to just grab these joints and not having to like look around. Okay, here goes a whole, the jackpot. Here is the brother load, not the mother load, the brother load. Okay, yeah, here we go. Let's go. 15 of these joints right here. Bam. Okay, not that. Black anatomy, plant genetics. Here we go. Probably my favorite book of all of these books. Let's see. Oh, here goes some more of them. Oh, okay. Boom, 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 boom. I'm still missing. Where's my peptide book? I'm still missing my big yellow peptide book. Peace. Close this door. Oh, give me the. Give me. Love you to pieces. I love you to pieces. Yeah, about to have some water to start me off with. And then I can get Chase. Okay. Ooh. So this pal is getting a little crazy. But these are, I'm missing a couple of them. Some haven't come in the mail yet. But and one or two are still floating around the house. I think Chase has my peptide book. But this is kind of what the Spirit Code collection looks like. Yeah, it is 28 books. It's Eat Real Food, and then there's a series of 27. And then the 27th book has 2 extra books. So that's 30. And then, is it 33 books? I swear that's a, I'm not gonna say a mistake, but I definitely did that unconsciously. There's 33 books. That's crazy. Yeah, because there's the first book, then there's volume 1 through 27. And then there's 2 extras because 27 is 3 parts. So you add another 2 in, right? That's 30. Then there is the white paper, the Inception book, and the encyclopedia. So that is crazy. There's 33 books. Yeah. And yeah, we had to do a whole encyclopedia. We had to do a whole encyclopedia. It is crazy. Nothing like this ever. Oh my God, existed. And so there's various aspects of this that we have to go through. there's various aspects of this we have to go through. You said you need the GOAT book. The GOAT book at this point is still the GOAT book. The GOAT book is still the GOAT book. Nothing will ever replace the GOAT book. The GOAT book is a very important part in the transition to where we are today. But today is Sunday. Today is Sunday. Yeah. The GOAT book is still the GOAT book. Like forever. The GOAT book is. But we are in a spot, right? We're in a spot where we have to go into some more dynamics. Appreciate everybody who tuned in yesterday. That was pretty dope. That was pretty dope. We had a nice live 600-700 people. That's great for us. That's great for us. You have 15 of the new books. Okay, so this would be great for you, right? This would be great for you because I still am getting into this origin. We have to get this out. We have to get this out. We have to get through this. We have to get through this. We have to get this out. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the family. You know, I see the usual suspects, right? You know, I see the usual suspects, Kyle tapping in. Because these are different. And when I say different, it's like even us just going through what we went through yesterday, a lot of people was really digging it. They was really into it. And so I have to keep reminding everybody that this is what I've been working towards this whole and so it seems like even some of the people that have been with me on this journey are still like surprised at the information, oddly enough. You know what I'm saying? So I have to keep reminding people that I never held anything back. You know, I never held anything back. I've been highly transparent from the gate. And this is just what it's always been, right? This is what it's always been. That's why I pulled this up. You know what I'm saying? Because this is kind of like people remember this from some years back. And you see in the bottom left-hand corner, I'm hoping that's the bottom left-hand corner, right there under where it says coherent domain water. You see 3 music signs. You see 3 treble clefs, right? So at the foundation of biochemistry, at the foundation of biology, I'm showing you music, right? So this is not a new concept for us, right? And let us actually look. Let us go into the book really quick. Let's go into the book. Now, this is the Inception book. We're still dealing with Inception and origin because I want to give this to the world anyway. I want the world to have this, right? There is, I just can't believe nobody has really dealt with this in depth. As many people as we have making music, making billions of dollars off of music. Whether we're talking about the Germans who still have, you know, the music industry in slavery, or the banking families that are financing it with the mob. It's just crazy that we still don't really know the origin of music. You could sit down anybody and ask them. You can ask Jay-Z tomorrow. Jay-Z does not know the origin of music. You can ask Drake, the GOAT. They're like, wait, did he say Drake is the GOAT? Kill him. You can ask Drake. He doesn't know the origin of music. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know because I know the origin of music. And the reason why that's important is because the origin of music is the origin of life. The origin of music is not just the origin of life, biology, and biochemistry. The origin of music is also the origin of organized science. Organized science, modern science, comes from the origin of music. There's no modern science without the understanding of music first. Music came first, and music is all there is. Period. When we're looking at a periodic table, we're looking at a music scale. We're looking at a harmony scale. We're looking at a wave scale, a wave guide, right? And it's been that way from the very beginning, right? It's been that way from the very beginning. You know, a lot of people, you know, I'm starting to hear people talking about this new discovery in the Bible, right? I'm starting to hear people talking about a new discovery in the Bible. And y'all know I love that. Y'all know I love that. So it is not a new discovery for me. You know what I'm saying? It's not a new discovery for me. It's interesting for me more so than anybody else because I've been wrestling with some of the concepts for a long time, right? Yeah, I know Dr. Sebi in the Black community. Dr. Sebi is the one who popularized the idea of CMOS, right? Popularized. He did not create the CMOS industry or the vibe, right? But he popularized it in the Black community. The rest of the world copied off the Black community, period. But it was, and I'm saying this with all due respect to the people from Ireland, right? Because it almost, if you don't really know the history, it's almost disrespectful to credit anybody with popularizing CMOS and not mention Ireland, seeing as people either call it CMOS or Irish moss, right? But the reason I don't credit Ireland is because Ireland was ashamed of the moss, and they probably were the most blessed nation in the world. This is another reason why we need to understand spirituality and certain things, because we'll get wealth, we'll be given wealth, blessed, and then we'll throw it away because we don't understand it. We'll throw it away because we don't understand it. So I don't show the same love to Ireland in terms of popularizing CMOS because they did it ashamed. You know, they had like a financial crisis or whatever, and they leaned on, you know, the algae to get them through. And because they ate it because they had to, not because they wanted to, you know, as soon as their situation changed, you know, it became like, you know, whereas they kind of championed it, you know, in the Caribbean. They kind of championed it in the Caribbean and like, you know, like venerated it and started moving it into the States and creating little restaurants around it. You know what I'm saying? Like that was the main thing in the restaurants. You come there for the vegan food, but the one thing that was the same at all of the ITAL spots was the moss, you know, and they was charging $1 zillion for it. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, shout out to Ireland, you know, shout out to Ireland. They get honorable mention. We'll do that. So we'll go Jamaicans first. Then we'll go Sebi, and then we'll go like NBA GOAT conversation. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna put Ireland in there as Kobe. Ireland is Kobe when it comes to the CMOS. Ireland is Kobe. We're gonna give Sebi, we're gonna call Sebi Jordan. We're gonna give Sebi Jordan. And we're going to give the Jamaicans the LeBron. The Jamaicans are the GOATs, just in case you don't know, in case you're confused about the pecking order. It's Bron, it's Mike, it's Kobe, right? And so that's how we're going to do that. Jamaicans, Sebi, Ireland. right? Like, EnQi, what are you talking about? I definitely appreciate that. I definitely appreciate that. Definitely appreciate that. But that's just an example. And people don't really know origins. You got a lot of people out here promoting CMOS. They don't know the origin of CMOS. They don't know where it is, they don't even really know what it is, because there's still a lot of people out there promoting yellow CMOS, which is trash. It's crazy. But it's the same thing with music. You know what I'm saying? People don't really know the greatest of all time. They don't know. It's been withheld from you. It's been withheld from you to keep you. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna correct that, right? And we're gonna just kind of walk through as much as we can and get this out here, because we also have this illiteracy thing, innumeracy thing, you know, education crisis. And, you know, a lot of the Black, Spanish, like a lot of the minority children are led. I can't, you know what? I can't even, it's white kids too. Yeah, it's just American children, this under education thing. And, you know, it's kind of getting back to just money, haves and have nots, you know. So the kids that are in private schools and things like that, you know, they're learning quantum sciences and they're learning various applications of quantum sciences. And the rest of the babies are learning how to be those children's employees for the future. That's pretty much what it is. And so we need to kind of fast track education a little bit. And the easiest way for us to do that is to understand, first of all, if you know anything about music, you already know a great deal of quantum mechanics and quantum biochemistry. You already know that just from understanding music itself. If you know anything about like putting music out, contracts, publishing, or any of that kind of stuff, you actually know even more quantum science than you think, right? And there's a reason for it. So we're just going to try to go through some of the book and walk through some of these basic concepts, and then we may switch and jump into some of these other books just to highlight, and so you can see how we build on top of stuff and put stuff together, right? And you know, get these books in your house. Get these books in your house, and once you learn this information, there's going to be a lot less questions on, oh, I went to the website, AmericanHealer.website, workingtools.com. Like, I went to the website and, you know, we noticed that whatever, you know, we noticed this, that, and the other. How do we put this together? Or I'm dealing with this, or I'm dealing with that. You see every so often somebody will drop a consultation level question in the chat about, you know, PCOS or tumor or this or that, or my penis isn't getting hard, or whatever it is that people put in the chat, right? I want you to understand this information. If you understand this information, it's not going to just be me all the time. You know what I'm saying? As I don't like that. It makes me feel weird. You know what I'm saying? Now, obviously, I shouldn't get fat, let myself go. You know what I'm saying? But being able to take 6 months and drop 30 pounds, you know, consistently in front of your eyes, it should show you, you know, like we should have more people in control of their weight, in control of their metabolism. Not just because I'm not always in control of mine, but also because we have a clear blueprint that shows that we know, you know, what we're doing. You know, it's you know, because the internet is crazy right now. Like, you know, it's not just Tanai, you know. But look at Jack Cruz. A lot of people think Jack Cruz is, you know, they think Jack Cruz is the man. You know, they love Jack Cruz. They think Jack Cruz is the man. And I'm like, bro, Jack Cruz has been the same fatness ever since we saw him the very first time. All these years, he's been talking all this weight loss and cold therapy and blah, 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 blah. We haven't actually seen it happen. Like, bro, why aren't you following your plan? You know what I'm saying? So I want to make this simpler for you guys to be able to apply this information with your family, and then, you know, also get excited about some of these things. I would just say build the foundation. Yeah, I would just say build the foundation. Start at the bottom and just go straight forward. Remember that the first book is Eat Real Food. So I would just start there. Boop, Eat Real Food. And then from the Eat Real Food book, I would go to volume 1, volume 2, volume 3, 4, 5. Because the way the book is written, right? That was intentional. Like the series was intended to be 28 books, right? And so I was on that number 28. 28 is a perfect number. 28 is a perfect number. 28 is a part of the calendar system. 28 is just like, I can't, 28, you know what I'm saying? Woman cycle, like there's so many different things. And it centers on the sun. And, the sun has a 27/28, like 27 and 3/4, so that's a solar cycle that people credit to the moon, but the moon doesn't have its own light. It only reflects the sun. So there can be no cycle based on the moon unless we're talking about what the moon reflects. So even something as small as women thinking that their period is associated with the moon as opposed to the sun is insane. But yes, I really focused on that. It's just that I wrote too much to fit into 28 books. And so the overflow, it just so happened to be 5 extra books that took us to 33 total books. But the way that the books are written, it's written in my pattern of discovery, so to speak. So as you're reading, you're getting the foundation of everything, building one book into the next. The more fun books are probably towards the end. Those are the more fun books, right? The more fun books are towards the end. They're definitely a little bit more pricey, but those are the books that you have more fun with. The music concepts are front and center. We spend a lot more time there. So, I mean, you know what you could do? If you wanted to like just cheat, you could probably just get the Inception book, which is the very last book. You could get the Inception book, and that book is probably more user-friendly than some of the other books, because the other books are more like a person has to want the science or want the health information. You know what I'm saying? The Inception book, though, you can probably use to create interest where there is none, because it's more like, we're going to go through some of it. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the Inception, I agree. And it's Inception. Even though I wrote it last, God has me. Information don't come from me, it come through me. So who knows? The Inception book should have been the first book, right? In hindsight, the Inception book probably should have been the first book. But in my limited ability to see and think, right? Hotep to Hotepistan, all the Hotepas worldwide, right? But in my limited ability to think, and see, like I wouldn't even have wrote the Inception book. I was done before the Inception book. I was done. It's just I got a bunch of questions from folks, and I'm not going to say that I discarded or discounted any of the questions, but when the first minister started asking me these same, like, similar questions, I was like, all right, we need a spirit code for dummies. Okay, and I don't mean that to say that people are dumb asking these questions, or the people are dumb or the questions are dumb, but I just mean that I used those books back in the days. You know what I'm saying? Like, I used those books. So I love that For Dummies series. The whole For Dummies series of books. This is when I was, well, this is a long time ago, but I used those books to help me get a grasp. So I tell people all the time that my dad, you know, he put me on to go into college bookstores and just buying used books. So you can get a college education for, you know, sneaker money nowadays. Nowadays, people spend hundreds of dollars or, you know, a few $1,000s on sneakers and purses, Birkin bags and all kind of whatever. So much less than that, you can get a full-blown college education by just going to get the books and reading them, you know, reading them yourself. And so in all transparency, every so often I would come across a book that would literally kick my ass, respectfully. And, you know, so I learned respect for, because once I got that, I was very disrespectful towards the college whole scene, professors and everything. But once I started running into some books that demanded my respect, like it was a little bit above my, you know, I was like, okay, so you might actually need somebody that knows what they're talking about to walk you through. I get it. Okay. I mean, yeah, okay. Step in the For Dummies series. I start grabbing them For Dummies joints. I go through a For Dummies book and then go right back to the college book, and it was lit. So I was like, okay. So it's not in any way, shape, form, or fashion disrespectful to the people that was asking me questions or the first minister at all. If anything, for me, it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I got to make me one of those. You know what I'm saying? And for me, a mark of intelligence is being able to take complex subjects and simplify them, right? That shows that you have a handle of the information. So to create For Dummies books is high level for me, because you're grabbing a complex subject and then you're breaking it down and making it simple to where people can not just gravitate to it, but, you know, enjoy it. That's important. Yeah. He said, I want all of them. I want you to have them all. I want you to have them all. But we're going to go through some of this inception. We're still working through this. So hold on, let me find my spot. Let's start our journey off. Hold up. AB, you gotta relax. AB, you gotta relax. You know what? Let's do this. Yeah, let's do this real quick. One time for the one time. Boom.
Hey, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am? But it sounds better than it sounds Hey, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am to fit in your space? That don't even make no sense.
You know his name. Dr. Kheper and the Beatles Music Academy. You'll know his name. Dr. Kheper. You'll know his name. Dr. Kheper. You know his name. Dr. Kheper. You know his name. Dr. Kheper. Dr. Kheper. You know his name. Dr. Kheper. Dr. Kheper. Dr. Kheper. You know his name. Dr. Kheper. Dr. Kheper. You know his name. God is music. I hope you hear him. This is his academy. Earth is the booth, sun called the session. Flesh is the record, spirit the impression. Matter the current, current to light. Light back the spirit, conduct your life.
I know.
That right there is like my description of for those of y'all that's listening, how many people still listening to the music? Are y'all still listening? Are y'all still going to Spotify and putting on the album? Like, are y'all still listening to the music? Books are the food, songs are the vitamins. You got to get. All right. So, but this right here, I want y'all to understand what I was trying to do with this anyway. At least that image or those sets of images is to show that we're not different from the fish. This is a part of the concept back in Kemet. Back in Kemet, this was that fish concept. And I want y'all to understand it applies to us on the most simplest level. Meaning, the same way fish don't know that they're in water, we don't really understand that we're also just like the fish. We're swimming in our own ocean. We're swimming in an invisible ocean. You know what I'm saying? And so that's one of the things that's important for us to grasp. Right. And so I try to create the imagery so that we could see at any given moment just what type of ocean we're swimming in. Yeah, I try to create the imagery so you could see that you are just like a fish. And if you don't understand that you're just like a fish, again, not only will you not understand what's going on all around you today, you won't understand why Iceman releases from a radio tower. You won't understand radio waves. You won't understand Schumann resonance, brain waves, how your brain, like literally, you know what I'm saying? Like your brain and your heart, it runs on waves. Like this is the nature of our reality. Heart disease and brain disease, #1 killers. That's because we don't get it. You know what I'm saying? So the wave is real. The wave is real, right? And the fact that they're invisible is the problem. The fact that they're invisible is the problem. So I try to create that imagery. But anyway, here's where I wanted to jump into the book. All right, so we're going to jump down in the book to, I don't even know what chapter this is in the actual book. it may be like the third chapter or something, the third or fourth chapter. Right? And we're going to talk about the legacy of the Kemenu. Right? We're going to talk about the legacy of the Kemenu. We're going to talk about the legacy of the Kemenu. This is very important. Chloe! Octavia, I need you to remember something so I can erase my board.
Okay.
I want to arrange this bookshelf a new kind of way,
Okay.
to where all my spirit code books take preference, and then certain books that support will be added, and then everything else can go on the other bookshelf. Yeah, because that's what we are. So probably like Rich Abs, Poor Abs, the Melanin is Anabolic book, and probably be a handful of other books, but definitely the spirit code books have to go, like maybe the top 2 shelves, and I don't know, but I'm gonna forget that. I wrote a little note here, but I need the space, so I had to tell you so I could load you up with the responsibility of remembering.
Great.
So here's how this goes, right? And this is going to be important for us to kind of have. Is that a good spot? That might not be a good spot. That is not a good spot, actually. I'm going to move that over. Let's move that over here. Right? Let's move this over here. Now, when I first started teaching this, I want y'all to know this is one of the things that attracted KT to me, and I guess made him idolize me, or whatever the case may be. When I started teaching about the Kemenu, he didn't know, you know what I'm saying? He knew some things, but he didn't know the full scope. And because his name is Kamani, he started to take, like, you know what I'm saying, like a special interest in what I was teaching. You know what I'm saying? It was hitting his heart in a certain type of way, right? So, and eventually, obviously, me, the Royal Archmason, he starts to call himself KT, the Royal Arch Degree or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Little bro. And shout out to little bro. You know what I'm saying? But this is the inception of music. Not only is this the inception of music, but this is the inception of the concept that God is music. So when I began to teach the concept that God is music, I'm the only person on earth living, on earth teaching real Kemetic science. Everybody else is doing something else. I don't know what they're doing. But they're not teaching Kemetic science. Kemetic science starts with God as music. And if you go back, there are a few different cosmologies, but they always begin with the wave. Period. So either it's here with specificity, or it's here where it's just the waves, right? So just know, regardless to whether you've been studying Kemet or whoever you've been listening to has been teaching Kemet, and their POV or their point of view starts with Ptah, right? Before there's Ptah, there's a mound. Before there's a mound, there's undifferentiated cosmic waves. Well, those cosmic waves were known as noon. And so there are stories from Kemet that talk about noon that don't mention the Kemenu. That's cool. That's cool. But Noon is a member of this group. Noon is a member of this group. Noon is almost like Michael Jackson. This is like the Jackson 8. This is Michael Jackson, right? So there's plenty of people that know Michael didn't really even know he was part of the group until they seen the movie. This is the movie. Boom. So now you know Michael actually has sisters and brothers in his actual group. Okay? That is this group. Okay? So regardless to what actual story, what narrative, what anthropomorphization is laid on top of this, this is the story that, and this, we have to focus in on this. We have to focus in on this because what Western academia has done, and they created Greek fraternities to lock this in, right? Is they've created like a Jedi mind trick on you to where even if you see this, you don't really see this, right? You don't get, right? Even if you see this, you don't see this because they've created a mind trap, and then they've created little minions and scholars to keep you locked out of the real info, right? So where's the real info? The real info is not here. The real info is not here. Once you try to get lost in the noon and, you know, you already missed it. You already missed the magic. Once you get lost in the Kemenu, right? Oh, these are 8 people that float in the sky. Or those are not people. It's 4 snakes and 4 frogs floating in the sky. Like once you get lost there, you missed it. You missed it. This is what you need to know. This is what they're teaching, right? This is what they're teaching. Music, 8. Waves, 8. Right? Right? And then there's another number that's hidden. Right? You have another number that's hidden. Right? Because it's usually shown as 3 waves together to depict noon, or that primordial property, right? So there's 3, right? And if you notice, you already have a staff, a music staff here. You already have a music staff here. It's 3 lines instead of 5 lines. And instead of showing the lines as straight, right, it's wavy. But the reason why they're wavy is to tell you what the lines are for, right? So this is where we have to get into this science. See, Drake need this. Drake, you can't be the best in the world if you don't know more about music than me. They need me to get in the studio. You know what I mean? They need me to get in the studio and get them together, right? So we have this progression, pun intended. Watch the vocabulary. We have this progression. We have the Kemenu, right? And then we have the algod, and that becomes the octave, right? That becomes the octave, right? That's very important because this is history, right? This is history. When you watch this term change, you're watching civilization change. When you watch this term change, you're watching civilization change. You're going from Kemet to Greece to Rome. And then Rome's baby, which is where we're still at. We are still under German leadership. We're still under German leadership. Period. What do you mean? We're not under Germany. Of course we are. The most important thing to decide what's going on or whatever the case may be is your mind. And all of the scientific laws, which means all of the indoctrination that people are under in terms of what they think is possible, what's not possible, accurate history, inaccurate history, all that stuff is still German. It's still centered around the Germans, and they got some supporting cast from some other folks, but it's mostly Germany, right? The name that we pop is Einstein. Einstein was a German. No, Einstein was Jewish. No, Einstein was German, which was the conundrum and a part of what made Einstein an unforgettable character. Because at the time when the Germans were oppressing the Jews, Einstein is probably the most prominent Jewish mind, but he's a German national, like he lives in Germany. He's a German. You know, so we're literally watching history unfold as the teaching of music moves. And as the teaching of music moves, the names of what's being taught is changing. And people are taking aspects of it and moving it here, and taking another aspect and moving it here, and another aspect and moving it there, and they're calling it something different in all these places. But when you go back to Kemet, it was all one thing. And so people would try to break that down and go, oh, yeah, they gave the world math. You know, so boom, there's that. Oh, they gave the world medicine and surgery. Boom, there's that. They gave the world building and construction and geometry. And there's that. And like, no. That is not Kemetic thought. That's not even musical thought. Musical thought is composition. Musical thought is masonry. Masonry is designed to convey musical thought. When a person joins into the Masons, your every aspect that you're learning and studying is music. Everything is music. It's how to be in harmony. It's how your importance contributes, how you contribute to the whole. That's all musical principles. Those are musical principles, right? Math, geometry, those are musical principles, right? And some of these things, John Q. Public knows, just a person that listens to music. There's a higher level of understanding for somebody that records music. They will know a little bit more. A producer will know a little bit more than somebody who's just writing down raps going into the booth, or a person that just sings. They write their songs and they go in the booth and they sing. The producer's going to know a little bit more than them. The engineer, any music engineer, if they read these books, they're going to realize they know it all. Because as an engineer, you understand the shape, the sound, the color, the texture of music. It's totally different, right? It's just more. They just understand more. But what you don't know is that There's not a different science in existence. There is no other science outside of that. So you can take what you know musically and you can sit down and apply that to math or to quantum mechanics or even just to health like me. Even just to health like me. That's what health is. Right? We're talking about you know, it's just that simple. When I talk about eating healthy food versus trash, right? I say all the time, it's not about what you eat once in a while, it's about what you eat all the time, right? So what does that mean directly? It's frequency. It's the frequency. If you smoke cigarettes every single day, but you drink a green juice once every 3 months, the green juice is meaningless. It won't factor into your health. It will not benefit you in any way. The thing that's going to factor into your health is the cigarettes you smoked every day, because the frequency is there, right? If you exercise once every 2-3 months, but you binge watching Netflix every day, the frequency. And it doesn't even have to be binge watching Netflix. You could be doing something that's noble, like sitting down, writing books 15, 20 hours a day, and your health could slip away. Hint, hint, wink, wink, right? So it's frequency, right? It's frequency. And for a long time, because our hearts are compelled and pulled towards certain things, we've allowed people to manipulate that. That's why over the years, I've been so against not just the chakra concept, but all of the concepts that are linked to it, because the chakra whole concept is nothing but a Trojan horse. They know what your heartstrings look like. So they tug on your heartstrings and pull you somewhere else. They understand that this is in our genetic memory. This is in our genetic memory. So when we just vibing, that's music talk. That's music. Vibing is music talk. Yo, the vibe is crazy. The vibe is off. I wasn't feeling the vibe. Yo, shorty is a whole vibe. Like, that's music talk. All of these things is we just don't realize where it's coming from. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so we're gonna keep going through this, and we're gonna right. So anyway, this is all about the number 8. Right? This is all about the number 8. The number 8 and 1. The number 8 and the number 1. Right? And it's important that you know the number 1 is in there, because that is a factorial factor of the number 8. Right? So this was actually math. This was math. We got lost in the names and the pictures, but it was math. You can't build pyramids without being all wise, right, and exact. It's not possible to be all wise, right, and exact without doing the math. Period. Remember, math and music are the only forms of science that have exacts, that have proof, that you can provide proof, not debate, not theory, not hypothesis. Math doesn't deal with that. Music doesn't deal with that. It's proofs. There are exacts. Geometry does not deal with theory, hypothesis, maybe, could be, till further study. Nah. Exacts. 90 degree. Boom. It's not 89. It's not 90. It's 90 degree. And so in masonry, you're taught to study that way, point by point, degree by degree, right? The points become degrees. So we're going to start with this chapter in the book. All right, we're going to start with this chapter in the book. The Eightfold Path. Okay, the Eightfold Path. Now, when we talk about the Eightfold Path, again, in the process of stealing the intellectual property and covering their tracks, Europe has done some good work in terms of throwing people off. They've done some good work in terms of throwing people off. You know, if you trace musical notation, let's look it up. Given the Kemet as the structural bridge between music, information theory, and quantum mechanics, I'm curious about the octave. We're learning that 3 entangled qubits creates an 8-dimensional Hilbert space. How are we considering what happens when you combine 3 qubits or looking at a spin? Now, if this is your first video, I have to apologize for Kyle. But if this is not your first video, then you already know this is what Kyle do. Okay, you already know what Kyle do. Kyle's the kid in class, and you got to tell him to put your hand down. Put your hand down. You know what I'm saying? But that's how it goes in school. Out of 30 kids in the class, you got like 3 or 4 kids that's super sharp. They probably should be like 2-3 grades ahead. Then you got like 3 or 4 kids that should be like left back. They should be, and then you got the middle kids. They just in there. You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, the teacher has to go at the space of the slowest kids in the class and the middle kids, and you know, Kyle and you know, our select elite, you know, they kind of got to twiddle their thumbs a little bit with the heavier questions. But I promise you, you're gonna get this is probably gonna answer all of those questions. By the time we're done today, you'll have the answer to that. Because again, there is nothing else. There is nothing else. And every single science is based on this. That's why even that big, what is that? The Hadron Collider or whatever that is, the CERN, what is that big thing? It's 27, like, anyway. So in order to cover their tracks, we got to do this. We got to take our time with this, Kyle. It's not for just me and you, sir. But in order to cover their tracks, the IP, they've thrown people off in a variety of ways, right? So you have musical notation. They credit that in Europe, Germany, and they'll say, okay, that goes back to Greece. And then you have the 8-fold pathway itself, right? This is especially challenging to hide. The early church fathers, they was between a rock and a hard place, right? They had to let Jesus, they was either faced with people finding out that Christ is a Kemetic concept and Christ originates in Kemet, like we proved against Jabari. You saw we pulled his Greek fraternal, you know, his Greek fraternal card, and he didn't know what to do. But they had to face this down one way or another. So what they did was laid some red herrings that would lead to India, that would lead to Buddhism instead of the actual source, right? So when you look at the Sermon on the Mount, the Sermon on the Mount is, I mean, think about, it's the Sermon on the Mount. Sermon on the Mount or mound, it's the same. Don't get lost. A mount, short for mountain, mound, like it's the same. That is Kemetic cosmology. Start right there. Start right there. Because when we say Sermon on the Mount, we could say sermon on the mound, meaning somebody standing on a mound or mount, right? But we could also mean this is a sermon on the mound. Like this is a sermon about the mound, right? And that primordial mound is exclusively Kemetic. Exclusively Kemetic. And it comes out of the 8. So now for me, going through the Bible, Sermon on the Mount, so now when you get into the actual words of the sermon, right? And he starts talking and speaking to these pathways of enlightenment, that's where they go, oh, this is Buddhist. Cool. Where'd they get it from? So all roads lead to Wakanda, period. All spiritual science and all other science. There is no science outside of spirituality. Spirituality is science. Anybody making spirituality something goofy doesn't understand what spirituality is, and that's by design. So I don't hold that against people, not understanding spirituality. Not wanting to learn more about spirituality, I do hold that against people because it makes you stupid. That's the one thing that it's not an option that you need to be studying and learning here. And we know that's a fact because the number one cause of death is heart disease and brain disease. So we know, or at least we should, that there's something missing. Right? Like just that alone, it's not a lot. It's not a lot. But if heart disease and brain disease is the number 1, number 2 killers, it's safe to say, literally, we don't know everything that we should know about the heart and the brain. Science does not know everything that they should know about the heart and the brain. Academia doesn't know what they should know about the heart and the brain. Your cardiologist, your cardio surgeon, they don't know all there is to know about the heart and the brain, right? If they did, they wouldn't be the biggest killers, right? Because that is the purpose of healing sciences, is to heal. That's the purpose of doctors and medicine and surgery, right? Stop people from dying so fast from, senseless causes. But the thing is, they keep running up against the naturopaths. And so that's where the story comes in the early turn of the century, 1900s. The war started here in the States with the naturopaths. And fast forward in the 80s, can't beat them, join them. What they did was stole the naturopath philosophy, and they're trying to redesign the naturopath. So today's naturopaths promote medicine, surgery. They don't go the natural path. That's what naturopathic is the natural path. So the moment that you have naturopathic doctors going medicine, surgery before they go to naturopath, that's not, right? That's not the frequency, right? So point is, this information has been not just stolen, but the tracks have been covered very well. The tracks have been covered very well, right? So all you got to do is look into the Beatitudes, and you'll get what you're looking for. Right? He got what he came for. Surgery with the chainsaw. Now, for those of you that see where Kyle is at with it, if you just want to jump, and just run with Kyle, go back to this book series. I'll show y'all what to do. Go to the other ones are floating around here. There's another few books. But go over here to Black's Anatomy. This is a different book series, right? But here we kind of tackle QF, quantum field theory, from this perspective, and it'll get y'all ready. Because I know some of y'all are probably not ready to have the conversation Kyle's having, but you want to be ready to have that conversation. So you just jump over there and get that book series. Right? Okay. Don't take my word for it. I have all those books. Work to committing them to memory now. First step is getting all the books. Second step is reading them all 3 times each. All right, so an octave in music is a cycle that returns to the beginning at a higher level of organization, right? An octave is a cycle that returns to the beginning at a higher level of organization. Where did today's modern forms of the calendar originate? A calendar is a octave. Calendar is a octave. I want y'all to get that. A calendar is a octave. It is a whole broken down into 12. And you say, wait a minute, I thought it was 8. It is 8. But you have the quality of music. Right? You have the quality of music. So, yes, it's an octave, but you have what's known as the 12 semitones in the octave. So the number 8 and the number 12 are kind of bound together in music, right? You have the 12 semitones. It's all right. For some people, it's just going to feel natural. For others, it's going to take a second. You're going to have to listen to the guy with the gold teeth and all that looks like he should not be qualified to be saying what he's saying. And then you're going to probably have to go do a whole bunch of Googling and AIing and looking up this and that, only to come back to the conclusion, as everyone has done over the years that challenges me. That guy with the gold, yeah, he on something. That guy with the gold teeth is on something. Yeah, he on something. Man, let me get a couple more of them books. See, usually people buy the book to debunk the book. They just want to be able to disprove me. That's how they usually get into the books. They want to disprove, so they got to get the material. As they start going through, they're like, ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, let me get some more of these books. 5, 6 books in, they done went from debunking to promoting. You know what I'm saying? So 8 and 12. That same octave, that same 8 notes is also described with semitones, right? So you get into the semitones, you got the 7 and then the 5, right? And so you got on the piano, you have your white keys and your black keys, right? Or on the keyboard, mimicking the piano. You got your white keys and your black keys, right? So this is how these numbers come together, right? So I just want you to get the math, right? Get to the math. All right. The first note and the eighth share the same identity while existing at different frequencies. Likewise, the ogdode in ancient Egyptian, further still, the Kamenu and Iyunu of Kemet. Thought refers to an ordered group of 8 primordial principles from which creation emerges. Both represent completeness through ordered relationships rather than isolated components. The earliest versions of music theory, quantum field theory, and quantum mechanics. From that perspective, both the Buddhist Eightfold Path and the Christian ethical teachings can be understood as methods of producing social resonance. Instead of viewing morality as a list of rules, they can be seen as instructions for reducing interference between people, teaching people how to walk through life in unity. A musical orchestra functions because every instrument maintains timing, tuning, listening, restraint, coordinated expression. A society functions similarly when individuals regulate speech, action, intention, and attention. Right? What do we say all the time? Right? What do we say all the time? In the currency of your life, the real value. Money is fiat. The real currency is your life force. So that's why we say pay attention. Pay attention. Because attention is real value. Attention is direction of your life force, right? That's the real value, your mind. Not a dollar, your mind. If your mind is magnetized enough, you can attract some dollars because you can attract some situations and some people, and you can make a sandwich, right? But the mind is the thing that's valuable. The heart is the thing that's valuable. And those are the 2 biggest forms of killers of people. The mind, like, it's crazy. So they say no, because the mind is not the brain. Doc, you told us that. Correct. But the physical machinery of the brain and the heart collectively is what gives us that unseen mind, right? And that physical machinery is breaking down because we don't understand energy. And we don't understand energy because we don't understand music, because energy obeys the laws of music. And our pigment only gives us the ability to hear a very small sound range. Our pigment only gives us a very small ability to interpret visual frequencies, the electromagnetic waves. So we have electromagnetic waves and we have mechanical waves, but we can only interpret less than 1% of each. Less than 1% of each. 99% of the light that's around us is invisible. Just like the Wi-Fi. You can't see Wi-Fi, but you know it's working if you catch your internet, right? That's light, right? The radio waves, right? If you get a good signal, you listen to your station, right? You start driving out of town, your station, when you start getting out of your city, that's light though, that your car is catching. That signal, those radio waves, that's light, right? But it's not visible, right? And we can't hear it from the air. Even though the radio waves are in the air, we're bathing in those radio waves, submerged in those radio waves, but we can't see them, we can't feel them, and we definitely can't turn them into sound. But based on the technology in your ear, we've externalized that technology and we are able to amplify the sound to the point where we can hear it. But it's the same technology from the radio that's in your ear. Your ear has crystals, your ear has copper, your ear has pigment, your ear has the nerves running to it. In a radio, it's copper and crystal. And then you have copper and magnets to amplify the sound, creating your speaker system. But it's not that deep, right? And people remember my second lecture in Detroit, which became my most popular lecture in Detroit, which eventually years later made me move to Detroit, where we built a crystal radio in the class live. We did a 2-day lecture, 20 hours. We were streaming before streamers. We did a 2-day lecture, 20 hours. We built the radio. It was crazy. Live in front of everybody with copper wires and crystals. You know what I'm saying? Like, so we got to learn this and get to the other side of it, right? So you can understand why music is so important. Music is so important because music controls your biochemistry. So the people that control popular music are the people that control pop culture. If you control pop culture, you control every business opportunity associated with the culture, making you a celeb. What is a celeb? Anyway. All right. So an orchestra functions because all of the instruments maintain their timing, tuning, restraint, etc. A society functions similarly when individuals regulate their intentions and actions, etc. Right? So we have our mantras, right? Pay attention, right? Pay attention. Investing your time, right? You invest time, right? You invest time, right? And what do we teach? You have to balance your interest. Yeah, you got to balance your interest. Look at what we got going on with our case study with Adrian Bronner right now. Adrian Bronner is having his problem right now is he can't balance his interest. He can't balance his interest. You know what I'm saying? He can if people take the temptation away from him, but that don't make you a solid. That don't make you solid, champ. What makes you solid, like I tell people all the time, people ask me about quitting smoking weed or quitting alcohol. Well, not having it around is one level. You know, going through the motion of the withdrawal and this not sleep and not having the appetite and all that and getting past that is one level. But you don't know that you've completely quit smoking weed until you can hang out with people that smoke weed. Roll up the blunt for them, roll up the joint for them, pack the the bong or whatever it is, and sit there and not have an urge to take part. That's when you know you quit. That's when you know it's out of your system. That's when you know it no longer has a grip on your reward pathway, your dopamine network, your neuromelanin, right? See, that's when you should have knew something was up. You should have knew something was up when, well, he didn't. Oh, that's the other piece, I guess. That is the other piece, I guess. Because Dr. Africa and Dr. King, Richard King, they didn't really come with the music side. I mean, they talked some stuff about it, but they didn't really go deep in depth. But they did talk about the fact that melanin is the addiction source in the brain. So when you're addicted, that's all neuromelanin pathways. But what's also interesting is that those same pathways are the theology pathways, right? And you start to get into the VMAT2 gene and all of those concepts. But then also melanin is your music molecule, right? It's your music molecule. So it's just interesting that all of those things are together. All of those things are intertwined, right? And it seems to be wrapped around this mystery molecule that we don't know enough about, right? So just all little interesting caveats, right? So we have to really understand what these words are. And we've got to start taking them back, right? We can't allow the chakra people to have frequency. We can't allow people that don't know how to read to run around and say the word. Like you can't have the word frequency, right? Respectfully. You know what I'm saying? It's bad enough you done already let the certain community steal the rainbow. So now when you think of rainbow, you think in an alternative. Come on now. That's the covenant of God. Anyway. And no disrespect to that community. You're just not supposed to just grab the rainbow. Like, that's crazy. You was not supposed to grab the rainbow. Like, this is ours and no one else can have it. Wait, what? All right. So let's get down here. In the creation story centered at Hermopolis, the Kemenu represents 8 primordial powers associated with pre-creation, right? Pre-creation. That's important because that word right there, that word is used as a red herring to throw you off, right? You don't make the association between pre-creation and quantum, but that's what it is, right? Because creation is physical, it's physicality. Creation in the world of science starts with Isaac Newton, starts with the atom, right? So pre-creation is pre-physicality, right? Before anything physically exists, right? We're talking about quantum, primordial, the background microwave, how all of the theories, they all go back to this. Renamed, remixed, retitled. They go back to this. Right? So pre-creation state, right? And it describes, which is very important, it describes the pre-creation state. So when you talk about primordial waters, you're talking about primordial waves. That's all. You're talking about the earliest form of waves that existed in the cosmos before anything physical. Right? That is the pure, undifferentiated potential. Just adjectives to describe it. Right? And all of the adjectives are in duality. In duality. Right? 2 sets of there are 4 sets of twins. Right? So it comes in pairs. So the principle of duality is here. Right? The principle of duality is here because you have pairs. Right? So remember now, we started with the 8 and the 1. Right? You have the 8 that represent the primordial soup. And then you have the 1 that represents the collapsed particle emerging from the 8. That's Kheper. You might as well say the first music conductor ever. Right? We ain't gonna do it. We're just gonna say that's Kheper right there. Kheper. The original stepper is Kheper. Right? The original stepper is Kheper. See, we overlook what's right in front of us. Some of it's brainwash. So we misdirect attention. Right? They go, oh, well, Kheper is the beetle. And you know, it's the dung beetle. First of all, the dung beetle is not the only type of beetle. Number 1. Number 2, when they go dung beetle, they immediately focus your mind to the poop. And they go, oh yeah, well, Kheper is representing the recycling of the sun because you can see the dung beetle rolling poop. And they always say that, the dung beetle rolling poop. They never mentioned that the dung beetle is rolling that ball. First of all, it's not poop per se. It's their eggs. It's new life, right? In fertile soil. Fertile soil has poop. We use that for a long time, right? People still use that for compost, natural fertilizer and stuff like that. But in order to violate your ancestors' cosmology, they just put it down to the poop. Oh, the dung beetle's rolling poop. Why isn't the dung beetle rolling fertilizer? Why isn't the dung beetle collecting fertile soil, rolling its eggs in it, right? Why aren't we repackaging that so that we get the other at like it's poop? Yeah, they rolling poop, right? But also the other part is walking. That's why we have an album, 10,000 Steps. The 10,000 Steps album, that's the exercise album. When I go to the gym or when I go out to walk, run, jog, jump rope, I'm listening to 10,000 Steps. The 10,000 Steps. Matter of fact, let me get y'all a little sample of something. Hold up, man. Let me get y'all a little sample of something. I need a little sample of something. Yeah, y'all need a little sample of something, man. Let me see something. Yeah, I need a little sample of something, man. We got to get musical. We can't do too much discussing without playing no music. We got to get musical. Yeah, let's get musical. Yeah, this right here. Like, hold up, Doc. That don't say 10,000 steps. That say 1,000. No. Because of the picture, I had to make it a certain type of way. You know what I'm saying? So the comma is in the right place. So it's like 10 1,000s, right? 10 1,000, 10,000, right?
Father. Now the young man has become a father. He is beyond the days when you thought grown folks' music was sex music. Grown folks' music is now work music, life music, or just life itself. A young man's life is much like Melanin, trying to interpret vibes, sound, light into knowledge, into wisdom, culture, equality.
The mirror don't talk, the mirror don't hate, the mirror don't care who late, the mirror don't talk, the mirror don't lie, it just show you why. The mirror don't talk, the mirror don't judge, it just show what was. The mirror don't talk, the mirror stays still. The question is if you will. Your super nigga in the mirror, your prophet, Messiah, healer in the mirror. Mike couldn't say it clearer, it's that nigga in the mirror. Mirror, mirror on the wall, I feel like I'm about to fall. Tell Goggins I gave my all, tell EnQi I ate like raw. Go, 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 go. Everybody got advice, everybody got opinions, everybody got a reason why you ain't winning. Everybody got excuses, everybody got blame, but the mirror don't participate in the game. Mirror don't care about your followers, mirror don't care about your drip, mirror don't care about your stories, mirror don't care about your click, mirror don't care who doubted you, mirror don't care who left, mirror only wanna know what you did with the breath. The mirror don't talk, the mirror don't hate, the mirror don't care who late, the mirror don't. Then he said to them, be on your guard against all kinds of greed. Life does not consist in an abundance of possessions. Why you work? Beat box while I walk. Jiggle, why you wiggle twerk? Jiggle, why you wiggle twerk? Jiggle, why you wiggle twerk? Palm C say chill, MCA say will. Palm C say enough, MCA say what's up? Palm C say slow, MCA say should we go? Whole life caught between the yes and the no. Palm C say bull, MCA say bull. One close the kitchen.
Okay, we just had to bring a little bit of musicality in. I just had to bring a little bit of music in real quick. One time for the one time. This God is music. What are we doing without it? God is music. What would we be doing without the music? All right. All right. So anyway, right? We have noon representing that quantum sea of possibilities, quantum mechanics, undifferentiated potential. Now, you might have caught this before we left back here. Let me show you this real quick. Right? We spent a lot more time on this in the other books. Right? So, if you're trying to say, oh, they originated quantum mechanics, to get to it, you gotta really know your stuff to have some of these conversations, because it's really important to academia that Kemet and you not have ownership of this intellectual property. So they will fight tooth and nail, right? So, but it starts with you understanding just the definition or the history of quantum, right? How did quantum mechanics become quantum mechanics? They say, oh, well, quantum mechanics became quantum mechanics because the root of quantum is quanta, and it's some amount, right? And you've got to figure out the amount. Well, we have the rhyme papers, and the rhyme papers has the aha mechanics, and aha is, guess what? Yeah, aha, we got you. Aha is, it's the same definition. It's the same definition. Quanta, aha, same thing. Same definition. And so the rhyme papyrus is all about volumes, right? What is a volume? A volume is a defined space. Okay. Anyway, so in the other books, we'll spend more time on aha mechanics, etc., in the other books. But I just wanted to make sure that I didn't leave that, because I know we got Peyton out there and some other folks, and so I just want to make sure that we'll address that later. All right, so we talked about the dung beetle doing his thing, walking, and we spent a good bit of time yesterday talking about walking, right, and the foot and footsteps and all that. We'll get back to that today a bit as well, right? But noon, unlimited silence, the unperformed score, right? The Kemenu is the first harmonic architecture. The 8 primordial relationships that make ordered creation possible. Kheper is the conductor of emergence, right? That is another science, high-level science, the science of emergent properties. The science of emergent properties, the sum total is bigger than the part. The sum total is bigger than the parts, and the emergent property is not found anywhere in the parts, right? It is a total new thing that comes about from well, that's what we have. The origin of that is right here. Origin of that's right here, right? Kheper is the emergence. Kheper emerges and kickstarts creation. All right, so blah 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 blah. Let me get before this light. Okay, within the abyss rested the Ogdo, not kings or craftsmen, right? So just specifying, because I know there's a lot of anthropomorphization ideas out there, and I want to talk strictly to the principles, right? Strictly to the papyri, strictly from the walls, right? And get to the math, right? The math. They were the first harmonies, the first 8 conditions that allowed existence to become possible. the first octave waiting to be played. They established the hidden architecture. The hidden architecture is quantum mechanics. They established the hidden architecture upon which every future note would depend, right? Now, what do we have in science, right? What do we have? What is the scientific equivalent of a note? If God is music, what would God's notes be, right? In that first lecture I did, not the first, it wasn't the first one, I think it was the first one. I was tackling this concept back then, and this has got to be at least 15 years ago, right? We went through the etymology, right? We went through the etymology on the word elements. And it's the funniest word of all time, because it has the most mysterious etymology ever. Look you do the research on this. Find the etymology of this. You ain't gonna be able to. You're gonna have to leave. You're gonna have to trace. You're gonna have to break this down, right? You're gonna have to break this down into a suffix. You're gonna have to make this your suffix, and you're gonna have to make this your root over here. And once you do that, literally mind blown, right? Mind blown. And so I spent a bunch of time doing the history of the periodic table. The history of the periodic table does not start with an oblong square, even though the periodic table is now today known as an oblong square. The shape, it's an oblong square, right? Did I say oblong square 3 times for you? Okay. So anyway, this would be your equivalent of a note. You do the math on your own, and we'll do it at some point. Just now, we're just kind of going over some stuff quickly, but we will spend more time on this. Right? Because how do we define atoms? How do we define an atom? How do we define an atom? That's how we define an atom. Based on movement. Movement is how we define it. Its frequency. Anyway. Right? So a note and an atom are both defined the same exact ways. Anyway. We will keep moving. We will keep moving and cooking. Okay. So let's get back to our Kemet. We have our 8, right? Unseen rhythm beneath creation before a single visible thing had appeared. Then something extraordinary happened. Movement, right? That's Kheper. From the stillness emerges Kheper. Kheper sets the tone. Kheper sets the tone. Now, this is an important thing right here. You have octaves of creation. So you have to know that they taught the creation of man via octaves of 8. That's why there's 3 of them. There's 3 of them. Science, we needed science, modern science, to confirm the 3rd one. We needed modern science to confirm the third one. The third one had to go assumed for a long time. The third one had to go assumed, right? Because we knew about these two. We knew about two of them, but the third one had to be assumed, right? So we knew about this. Right? And we knew about this. Right? Now, this is almost erased from memory. I even asked Kemetic scholars if they knew what that was, and some of them was like, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I even had one person tell me that I made this up. I'm just laughing. Like, so you know this. The same progression. The same progression happens over here. So a lot of people know the Ennead. And you've got Kemetic scholars running around teaching this as this is Greek. This is Greek. The Ennead is Greek. In Kemet, the Ennead was taught as the Iunu. The Iunu, not the Ennead. That's Greek. Right? Or maybe it's Egyptian, but remember Egyptian is Greek. Yeah. Egypt is what Kemet became after they were taken hostage. So as slaves, there's an Egypt. Right? The Kemetic people are in bondage to the Greek people in Egypt. So Egypt is not. And so when they talk ancient Egypt, that's fake. That doesn't exist. Ancient Egypt is Kemet. Right? So it's Egypt. Then before Egypt, there's Kemet. There's no ancient Egypt. Right? So these are two systems of math. Right? Based around these numbers, number 8 and the number 9, right? And most of us that watch YouTube, we know all of the special facets of the number 9. Number 9, so amazing, blah, 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 blah. Well, all of that was already known thousands and thousands of years ago in Kemet. And they deified it, right? Why did they deify math? Because math is what existed before man. And modern science will tell you that. It will tell you man did not discover math. Math was already here, hardwired into your body, into your chemistry, into your biology. Math existed before you. Well, in a theological setting, they would say God existed before you. So when you go back to Kemet, the gods and the math they didn't separate it. It's one, right? They explained the math in terms of deity, right? They were doing science, the same thing we do. We explain all of physical creation with what? The periodic table. How is the periodic table explained? Math. What type of math? They're counting waves. That's all they're doing is counting waves. Simplify the whole entire periodic table. They're counting waves. All they're doing is counting waves. Let's count the waves. Let us count the waves. Let me find us a periodic table real quick, and we'll just quickly count the waves. So you can see that you can run through a whole entire periodic table simply by counting waves. All right, let's get us an image. Let's get us something close up. me get a close up. Got a feeling. I got a feeling. Somebody's trying to sneak in my frat. And it ain't gonna be no like that. All right. So we got this joint right here. Yeah. And the numbers right there tell you the waves. Boom. Hydrogen is number 1. It has one wave. One wave. Like, no, that's one electron. No, that's one proton. Okay. Well, what is the electron and the proton doing in the atom? Why do they describe it as a cloud? Well, what is a cloud? A cloud is water. It's number 1. Number 2, how do they describe the behavior of the cloud? Wave function. Like it's just sitting right there. I mean, straightforward, right over the plate. There's not, you don't have to chakra it up. You don't have to like make, you don't got to manipulate. It's just right what it is. It's just what it is. A cloud is made out of water. That's that. How do we describe electron behavior? How do we describe the behavior of these electron clouds? Wave function. It's just right there over the plate. It's very simple. It's very simple. And so you go through the whole thing. You go through the whole table. You go through the whole table. You go through the whole table. No 2 atoms have the same count. No 2 atoms have the same count. You're building density. 2 waves, 3, 4, all the way until you get to where you at. Okay, so they break it down and you come down here, right? All the way up to number 92. And so they kind of mix this thing up a little bit, right? They kind of move some stuff around because there's a lot of laboratory created elements now. In fact, I'll tell you the exact number. On the periodic table, you have 18 elements. You have 26 of these, oddly enough. 26 of these are created in the lab. Yeah, it's 26. 2. And then, yeah, 26. 26 of these are created in a lab. 92 of these are natural elements. 92 of these are natural, found in nature. 92 elements found in nature. Right? Now, that brings us back to something I said early in the show. And I know some of y'all be thinking, especially if you're new to the channel, you'll be like, yo, this guy is schizophrenic. He will start a story and never end it. No, that just means you're not reading the books and you're not watching the videos all the way through. Some of y'all might watch 30 minutes of the video and come back. You got to watch the whole video. I don't care how long I'm live. You got to watch the whole video. Anyway, the new discovery in the Bible that people are playing around with is the fact that Genesis chapter 1. Now, mind you, we've already established that the Egyptians, that the Kemetic number for pi is communicated in Genesis chapter 1, right? Because we have God creating the world with the word. Well, to a Hebrew person, the word consisted of 22 letters, right? And we got this in a 7-day process. 22 over 7 is the Egyptian number for pi, right? Which we know of nowadays is 3.14, whatever. right? But that is a circle, or that's the number you need to measure a circle, right? So we know about that part, right? But the new thing that's making its way around, is that there are 92 unique words in the first chapter of Genesis. 92 words. 92 unique words. Now, the words are used over and over, but there are 92 unique words in Genesis chapter 1. Now, you at home, you might be the type of person who believes in coincidence. I do not believe in coincidence. I don't believe in coincidence. I believe that sometimes when we're trying to figure something out, there are facts that we may not have at the time, right? And a weak mind will say, oh, well, it's just coincidence, instead of applying yourself to try to find those other facts or extrapolate more details, right? It's easy to just go, oh, it's coincidence. I don't believe in coincidence. I just think that sometimes there are connections that you don't know about, missing information. But we know there are 92 original words in the first chapter of Genesis. 92. Now, you have to know a little bit to know it's 92. Because if you search it, you know, you Google it or something like that, you might get 88, like a piano keys, 88. I like the piano keys, 88. But that's because there are 4 words that are not defined as words that are also in the first chapter, right? So John Q. Public reads them and it's like, oh, okay, yeah. But in terms of the Hebrew, the way English is set up, these 4 Hebrew words like et and el, element L, they don't get the same. So they separate those words, 4 of them, and then the 88. So it's 92 words, unique in the first chapter of Genesis. Mind-blowing when you find out there's 92 natural elements that make up all of the physical matter. And then you go, oh, wow, there's 92 unique words, just like there's 92 unique natural elements. Oh, my God, that's... But if we go to Akhenaten, anyway, I'll say that. Because you know I can take you right to, I can take you right to Kemet to find that 92. Right. Anyway. So put that in your back pocket for now. All right, put that in your back pocket for now. We'll keep cooking. We will keep cooking. We will keep cooking. Okay. Oh, all right. So you got your 3 octaves, right? Let me get that 3rd octave in there, right? We had to wait for science, though. We had to wait for science because that's how we're brainwashed now. We got to wait for science to confirm something, right? So we go ogdode, then from the ogdode, right, which is before any creation or any existence. Then you have Kheper, and then you have the more popular story, which most people know, which is Atum. And Atum creates 4 sets of twins, right? And so that's the 2nd octave. And in those twins, now you get mankind coming next, right? This guy. This guy. And I love the name Usia, but I love Osiris as well. I love Osiris as well. right? The operating system, the iris. Anyway, sometimes I go too deep. Sometimes I go too deep. I love the name of Cyrus, right? Me and my son share that name, right? But this is your third octave. Now, it doesn't make sense in the whole octave thing. It doesn't make any sense, right? Because you're like, but there's no 8. We're missing the 8. Where's the 8? If you ain't got an 8, at least give us a 9. Like, we're going to need that. You know what I'm saying? But when we talk about creating man, what we're actually talking about is the code, right? That man comes from, right? We're talking about the code man comes from. That's the DNA, right? That's the DNA. And so you actually have that. They are called his tones. Literally. His tones. Tones, get it? I can't make this stuff up. Literally, his tones. Who is him? He is I, and I am him. Slim with the tilted brim. What's my mother? This guy. His tones. I'm just saying. I didn't make this word up. It's just low-hanging fruit sitting right there. His tones. Sorry, the mic was in the way. Pause. The mic is putting your eye out. The mic is in your... I'm sorry. His tones, right? His tones. This is the other 8. So we had to wait for science. We actually had not only had to wait for science, but we had to wait for that little black boy. We had to wait for that little black boy from 158th Street. Yeah. Think about that. 158th Street. We had to wait for that little black boy from 158th Street. 1 plus 5 is 6. 6 plus 8 is 14. Oh, man, that's that guy again. We had to wait for that little black boy from 158th Street with the gold in his mouth to come put us on, right? To put us on to game. That's what the OGs say. I'm putting you on to some game, youngin'. Youngin', I'm putting you on the game. Okay, well, let me put you on the game. Right, let me put you on the game. Let's get the share screen up just for the people who's unfamiliar. We're going to get y'all together. We're going to get y'all together, right? And you just type in his, H-I-S, tones, T-O-N-E-S, all one word. And then bam. You'll be like, wow, it is amazing. Look at that right there. It's right there. It's laid it out for you right there. Look at that. Core histones. There are 4 main types. H2A, H2B, H3, H4. They form a what? A octamer, a core of 8 proteins. Why? Because there are 2 each. There are 4 sets of twins, 2 each. And there's a linker histone, the H1. So we have the 4 sets of twins, and then we have the Lone Ranger. The same exact motif that we have with the Kamenu and Kheper, and the 4 sets of twins and Atum. We have the 8 and 1, and specifically 4 sets of twins and 1. 4 sets of twins and 1, and then the creation of man is done 4 sets of twins and 1. So you have 3 octaves. Boom, boom. Oh, my bad. Bam. Sorry about that. So I'll just bring it back. So you can see I just typed in histones, nothing crazy. Hit the enter button. type in histones, you hit the enter button, bam. Histones are highly basic proteins. Now, let me just stop you for the people that don't know. Basic is alkaline. So you can change this word with alkaline for the people of you that are more comfortable with using alkaline every 5 minutes. So you can switch out alkaline with basic, right? So you didn't know that when you were saying Shorty was a basic chick, you was actually giving her props, not violating. Yeah. Anyway, you have your 4 sets of twins right here. Core histones, H2A, H2B, H3, H4. Each one of these is a set, right? A set, a pair, right? And they form a octamer, a core of 8 proteins. Then you have the linker histone, which is the H1 histone. So you have your 1 histone, you have atum right here, or Kheper. And then you have your Kemet right here, right? This is the Kemet. This is the 4 sets of twins that makes up the Kemet. Or this is the 4 sets of twins that makes up the Iunu, right? Shu, Tefnut, Geb, that whole crew, yeah, right? So you have your 3rd octave. Your 3rd octave. So you have your 1st octave, your 2nd octave, your 3rd octave, right? Now it's important that there's 3 octaves. I want y'all to understand, you're getting the highest level of high-level science right now. 3 octaves, right? Once you put 2 octaves together, you automatically start a new thing, which is called octave stacking. Octave stacking, right? Very important for you to know that term, octave stacking. 1, 2, 3 octaves. When I showed you the wave of noon, there was 3 waves. Octave stacking. Where do we know octave stacking? We know octave stacking. We know octave stacking from Einstein, our science rock star, right? E equals MC squared. Like, hold up, that's not exactly octave stacking. No, but this gives us the key to figure out octave stacking, right? Because with octave stacking, what are you doing? You're increasing the density of energy in a given measure. You're increasing the density of energy in a given measure. E equals MC squared gives us the equivalence between mass and matter and energy. So that way we can calculate the mass of energy, the density of energy that creates matter of a given thing. Chase, I'm going to need you to calm it down, bro. You're killing me. Did you win the lotto ticket or something? What is that amazing? Man, thank God we got a halfway decent mic. Otherwise, y'all would hear the wildest, like, anyway. Octave stacking, right? So now we're dealing with sound. It provides depth, right? So producer in the studio may not call it octave stacking, but they will stack sounds to make sounds. I learned that, shout out to Epitome Beats, back in the days. He was part of the Bomb Squad. And then afterwards, he broke off and did his own thing. But I learned a lot about producing from him, because when you first start trying to make beats, you're using like factory sounds or just whatever you can grab. But the real producers, they come in with, like, you know, back in the days, they're ADATs or whatever it is now, you know, they come in with their own, like, probably just a USB or something. but they come in with their own sound. So even if it's a 808 or whatever it is, or just a regular kick or a snare, it's no such thing to a producer. He has his kick that he uses. He has his hi-hats that he uses. He has his subwoofers, etc., 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 that he puts together to make his. So when he makes it, it sounds like you can hear. You don't even know what it is as a consumer, but you know when you hear Swiss, you're like, oh yeah, those are Swiss drums right there. Yeah, those are Swiss drums right there. Oh no, that's Kanye. Those Kanye drums right there. Because what they've done is they've taken a bunch of different sounds and they've stacked them and compressed them into one. So now they have a unique signature to their music. The unique signature to the music is not just the cadence and the rhythm and how the sounds are put together, but it's the individual uniqueness of each sound. Right? Individual uniqueness of each sound. And trust me, this is culture. Go to the islands. Go to the islands. Remember, rap was created in the Bronx, but rap was not created by the Bronx. Rap was created in the Bronx by Jamaicans. Just is what it is. It is what it is. When we credit that party with the creation of rap and blah, blah, it's a Jamaican that did that. And what was the Jamaican doing? The Jamaican was doing what they do in Jamaica, sound clashes, sound boys, because they identify with a unique sound anyway. So we're talking about the density of energy. Density of energy is how energy becomes matter. Right? So now when we get octave stacking, when we go Kamenu, Iunu, and then we get all the way down to us with the histones, right? That's 3 octaves stacked together, right? 3 octaves stacked together. Just put that in your back pocket for a little while. In your back pocket for a little while. We're going to get back to it. All right. Blah, 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 blah. All right, back to the 8s. Quantum field theory, blah, 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 blah. I think I want to skip. No. Okay, we'll just breeze through this. Quantum field describes a universe where what we observe emerges from an underlying order that is not directly seen. Physics describes fields, excitations, and measurable interactions. Theology describes those transitions through narrative, symbol, and character. They operate in different domains, but they can be placed side by side as complementary ways of thinking about emergence. Imagine opening the spirit code. Before there was flesh, there was composition. Before there was matter, there was harmony. Before the sun existed, there was the 8. Right? Just giving you an example of how you turn the science into poetic narratives. Right? Okay. And again, some of the stuff we got to skip for time purposes, and you got to get the book. All right, you got to get the books. All right, so the path of creation. Right? In the beginning was the way. I feel like I'm not even gonna be able to do this teaching, bro, if I don't get that out of my system. What is happening right now? I gotta get that out of my system, bro. And I just can't even go forward with my life. I can't go forward with my life. I can't do this. I can't do this. Can't do this. Yeah, I just can't do it. Okay. Yeah, let's go with this. We gotta do this. I'm sorry, people. I'm sorry that I'm not sorry, actually. Sorry, not sorry. Because I can't.
Was God. In the beginning was the way was.
Yo, my acting was not convincing. I thought, yeah. Listen, I got to keep writing books, right? if I got to eat off of acting or writing books, just keep writing the books, Doc. Don't stop writing the books. Just, yeah. Don't stop writing them books.
Melanin versus diabetes, we in here. We discovered it. In the beginning was the wave. The wave was with God, and the wave was God. In the beginning was the wave was God, the wave was God, the wave was hard. Every step a symphony, timelines infinity. The wave erased injury. I'm the divine epiphany. We made history, articulate a mystery. The wave is a remedy. God kissing me, listen, we made history. Flawless victory, they dissing me in misery. In misery, it don't get to me, but we made history. I gotta live it, my juice was efficiently. Bro, we made history. Magician tweet, we made history. Rewriting industry, ain't no quitting me. Bro, we made history. Articulate mystery. Clarify the vision, we dancing in victory. We made history. In heaven, walk with me. In the waves, swim with me. In the beginning was the wave. The wave was a God. The wave was God. The wave was history. Flawless victory. They dissing me in misery. In misery, it don't get to me. Bro, we made history. I gotta live it. My juice was efficiently. Bro, we made history. Magician tweet, we made history. Rewriting industry, ain't no quitting me. Bro, we made.
One of the reasons why I love this clip is not only does it show the early Bronx, you know what I'm saying? That's literally, you know what I'm saying, the early Bronx, the breakdancing culture, junkyard, cardboard box on the, you know what I mean? But it also shows for y'all chumps, for y'all suckers out there talking about Drake ain't one of us. Y'all better stop playing. Y'all all grew up with a Drake. Everybody. And you was probably angry with him. Because at that time period, you know, Albie Shore was on top of the world. You know what I'm saying? The dark-skinned guys, we didn't come into power yet. It was Smokey Robinson and them. They passed the medal down to Albie Shore and them, and we was under pressure. You know what I'm saying? So I get it. But y'all better stop trying to rewrite history like you ain't had them light-skinned, smooth hair dudes in your neighborhood. Yeah, stop acting like Drake wasn't good. Yeah. You had Drake. You had a couple Drakes in that neighborhood. Stop playing. Or you ain't really come from the neighborhood.
Melanin versus diabetes, we in here. We discovered it. In the beginning was the wave. The wave was with God, and the wave was God. In the beginning was the wave. The wave was God. The wave was God. The wave way was hard. Every step a symphony, timelines infinity. The way we raise injury, I'm the divine epiphany. We made history, articulated mystery. The wave is a remedy. God kissing me, listen, we made history. Flawless victory, they dissing me in misery. In misery, it don't get to me, but we made history. I gotta live it, my juices efficiently. Bro, we made history. Magician tweet, we made history. Rewriting industry, ain't no quitting me. Bro, we made history. Articulating mystery. Clarify the vision, we dancing in victory. We made history. In heaven, walk with me. In the way, swim with me. In the beginning was the wave. The wave was a God. The wave was God. The wave was hard. Every step a symphony. Timelines infinity. The wave erase injury. I'm the divine epiphany. We made history. Articulated mystery. The wave is a remedy. God kissing me. Listen, we made history. Flawless victory. They dissing me in misery. Misery. Man, I made history. It don't get to me. Bro, we made history. I got a litter. My jewels used efficiently. Bro, we made history. History. We made history. Rewriting industry. Ain't no quitting me. Bro, we made history. Articulating mystery. Clarify the vision. We dancing in victory. We made history. In heaven, walk with me. In the waves, swim with me. In the beginning was the wave. The wave was God. The wave was God. The wave was hard. Every step a symphony. Timelines infinity. The wave erase injury. I'm the divine epiphany. We made history. Articulating mystery. The wave is a remedy. God kissing me. Listen, we made history. Flawless victory. They dissing me in misery. Misery. Man, I made history. It don't get to me. Bro, we made history. I got a litter. My jewels used efficiently. Bro, we made history. History. We made history. Rewriting industry. Ain't no quitting me. Bro, we made history. Articulating mystery. Clarify the vision. We dancing in victory. We made history. In heaven, walk with me. In the waves, swim with me. In the beginning was the wave. The wave was God. The wave was God. The wave was hard. Every step a symphony. Timelines infinity. The wave erase injury. I'm the divine epiphany. We made history, articulating mystery. The wave is a remedy. God kissing me, listen, we made history. Flawless victory, they dissing me in misery. Man, I made history, it don't get to me. Bro, we made history. I got a litter, my juice used efficiently. Bro, we made history. We made history. Rewriting industry, ain't no quitting me. Bro, we made history. Articulating mystery. Clarify the vision, we dancing in victory. We made history. In heaven, walk with me. In the waves, swim with me. In the beginning was the way. The way. God, the wave was God, the wave was hard. Every step a symphony, timelines infinity. The wave erase injury. I'm the divine epiphany. We made history, articulating mystery. The wave is a remedy. God kissing me, listen, we made history. Flawless victory, they dissing me in misery. Misery, man, I made history. It don't get to me, bro. We made history. I got a litter, my jewels used efficiently. Bro, we made history. We made history. Rewriting industry, ain't no quitting me, bro. We made history. Articulating mystery. Clarify the vision. We dancing in victory. Bro, we made history. In heaven, walk with me. In the waves, swim with me. Frontline got infantry. The wave is the ministry. Surfboard wizardry. Frozen water liturgy. True defy imagery. Geometric symmetry. Standing way in military. The wave is the energy. The trickery is slippery. Discovery was meant to be. Now I gotta hit the street. Thank God for picking me to release the quickening. I made history. It's sickening. Me and God be whispering. Then I saw the living spring. Bro, we made history. Shining, glistening. Lymphatic christening. I found a missing link. Everybody get in sync. Superstition is extinct. Peer review what you think. Look how the haters link. Don't forget the kitchen sink. The wave glistening. The wave christening. The wave the missing link. Wave get in sync. Superstition is extinct. Peer review what you think. Look how the haters link. How wide hit the V. Christ is the living key. Take the grail, sip and see. Fish scale, flip a key. Yeah. Fish scale, flip a key. Yeah. In the beginning was the way. The way was God. The way was God. The way was hard. Every step was symphony. Timelines infinity. The way we erase injury. I'm the divine epiphany. We made history. Articulating mystery, the wave is the remedy. God kissing me, listen, we made history. Flawless victory, they dissing me in misery. Mad, I made history, it don't get to me. Bro, we made history. I got a litter, my jewels used efficiently. Bro, we made history. We made history, rewriting industry. Ain't no quitting me. Bro, we made history. Articulating mystery. Clarify the vision, we dancing in victory. We made history. In heaven, walk with me. beginning was the way was God, the way.
All right. That was damn near a workout for me. All right. Let's get back to work. That was almost a workout for me. All right. So now we're getting over here. Yeah, you know what? I don't even feel right. You know what? We gotta just do this like this. We're gonna have to put the Gucci down for a minute. We're gonna have to just do that. We're gonna have to flip that. Yeah, we're gonna have to go goat status on them. We're gonna have to go goat status on them. Yeah. We gotta switch the hat. We gotta go goat status on them. We gotta go goat status on them. You know what I mean? We gotta go goat status on them real quick. All right. So anyway, the Agdod is completed by walking, by taking steps. Right? If you know about music, that's how you move through a measure. You take steps. It is steps. So when we talked about the origin, of the music notation. Remember, we talked we're live yesterday for about 7 hours, 7.5 hours, I think, 7 hours, 6.5, something like that, 7 hours. So we was in key, 7 notes, 7 hours. Even though maybe 5 of those hours was information. 2 of those hours, don't blame me. Somebody started taking me down memory lane. It got a little crazy, right? But about 5 of those hours, we was on target, right? Now, you have the foot, right? The foot is the original coordinate. Right? It is a coordinate. Right? The foot is a coordinate. That is what a note is. That is what a written music note is on a staff. Something like that. My music clef is terrible, but this is your staff. Right? And depending on where you put your note, depending on where you put the coordinate, right? The coordinate on the graph that is not called a graph, even though it's a graph, right? It is called a staff. Why? Because you're taking steps. And in Kemet, power, royalty, intelligence, wisdom was denoted with the staff. Right? The staff of life, right? Most particularly the Wa scepter, right? So you have your staff and you have your steps, right? You have your staff and your steps as you move through what? A measure. What is the most popular measure? The foot, inches, at least here. Right? Why? It obfuscates its origin. So you go, no, they on the meters in the woo-woo. We will move through all of those measurement conversations in this book. We will leave no stone unturned. You know how we play. You already know how we play. See, you come on now. Look how it start falling in. Do you see how it start falling in? how it starts falling in line, pun intended, falling in line. He's uncoordinated. He can't move his feet. Come on now. He can't dance. Come on now. See, this is how science is supposed to feel. This is how you were supposed to feel in elementary school. This is how you were supposed to feel in middle school, high school. The science was supposed to hit. And as your teacher is dropping it, you're supposed to be like, oh, that makes sense. Oh, so that's why. Oh, so this is why. If you were sitting in science class and that was not happening to you, that's because the science was bad. Not only was the science bad, the teaching was bad. It was a bad teacher with a bad curriculum because it's not the real. It's not the authentic. What was we getting in school? Now, come on now, pun intended. Come on now, pun intended. What did we get in school? It was stepped on. We didn't get the raw. We got the stepped on. Right. We got the stepped on. We didn't get the raw. And we knew it was stepped on. We knew it was stepped on. How did we know it was stepped on? Because when we were sitting in science class, instead of getting the dopamine release, the high, right? That's how you know when it's the raw, when it's the pure. The dopamine is like, oh, when you had those aha moments or those moments of clarity, or you had that like, oh, it makes sense. That's a release of dopamine. You wasn't having that in class. Instead, you was having releases of adrenaline. You was having like, oh, this is painful. Man, how much time till we get out of here? Like, it's because it was stepped on. You need that raw. Yeah. What my man said? No OJ, no straw. When you give it to me, yeah, give it to me raw. I learned that when you drink EnQi's Blue Magic, it burn enough to give your chest hairs a perm. I don't need a chemical bloat to pull up. All I need is chemical bank to pay the. So now we got the steps. We got the steps. We got the steps. The steps, the 3, 4, and the 5. We got the steps. Right? We got the steps. The 3, the 4, and the 5. We got the math. Right? Now, because, like I was saying earlier, man, this should be like, I should be able to have this all here without this little empty space. But anyway, like I was saying earlier, we got lost in the story and didn't focus on the math. We got lost in the story and didn't focus on the math. Right? So, the number 8, where's the math? You have the number 1, you have the number 2, and you have the number 4. Simple. Simple. You have the Kemenu, you have Kheper, and you have 4 sets of twins. Do that for you again. You have the Kemenu, you have Kheper, and you have 4 sets of twins. Right? But what you need to know is this is actually a very important number progression, right? 1 becomes 2. 2 becomes 4. 4 becomes 8. 16. 32. 64. 128. What's the next one? 256. What's the next one? 528. Yep. And then the next one we get is what? The gig. This is the math that lays the framework for all of our technology. It starts with the Kemet. Right? Because this is how electricity works. This is how light works. This is how magnetism works. So they can hide and manipulate and cover up tracks and all that, but they can't erase what it is. Atoms behave a very specific way. So they have very specific valences. Electricity behaves a very specific way. Light, photons behave a very specific way. Magnetic fields behave a very specific way. And so they were able to capture that in number. They were able to capture that in number and give you a system of multiplication, right? Because it's not just computers that work off of this number pattern. This is also how your cells divide. So we're back to biology again. We're back to your body. We're back to the health. We're back to the plants. We're back to the food. This is how cells divide. 1 becomes 2. 2 becomes 4. 4 becomes 8. When we get to 16, inside the human, it's called the Moore ruler, which for me is a very interesting name, a Moore ruler. Morula, very interesting word, right? So you got to know what you have when you strip away the names and you get to the actual work, right? You got to know what you have when you get to the work. Now, stacking octaves creates maximum acoustic power, symmetry, and thickness, right? It enhances the tone, the color of the sound. When you stack 2 or 3 octaves, you are playing the exact same note at different registers because their wave frequencies line up in clean integers. They do not create any chordal color, tension, or harmony. Instead, they function as a single massively reinforced sound. Now, pure geometric progression. In music physics, an octave, right, is a 2/1 frequency ratio. 2/1 frequency ratio. Every time you move up 1 octave, the sound frequency doubles. Every time you move up an octave, it doubles. Do you get it already? Do you see it? Every time you move up 1 octave, the frequency doubles. So when you're looking at this pattern, this is the pattern of how octaves actually work, which is the reason why your computers run on it. Your biology runs on it. This is the reason why it works. It's because it is the way energy moves. Like there's just no other way to, just very simple. So again, if you know the difference between an MP3 and a WAV file, You already damn near you already damn near got a 2-year degree in quantum mechanics. If you just know the difference between an MP3 file and a WAV file, you damn near college level quantum mechanics. They say, oh, well, the MP3 is like the surface of the full wave, but the wave is the full file, and the sound quality in the beginning was the wave was anyway. All right. Anyway, so this math is about stacking octaves, right? Stacking octaves. So when you get 2 stacked octaves, the result is focused, dense. The sound gains weight, authority, and you get a more full sound, right? So that's rock, metal, EDM, music like that, right? When you get 3 stacked octaves, it expands and gets crazy. You start to get emergent properties of sound, right? Emergent properties of sound. This is what they use. This is why they use the organs in church. This is why they use the organs in church, because it's stacked sound and it goes into your bones, and you can feel it a certain type of way, right? It feels like it feels close to God. It just feels close to God, but that's because of how the octaves are stacked. The sounds are stacked. The waves are stacked, just like the symbol we got for noon 3, 4, 5,000 years ago. Stacking waves. Noon is a stacked waves, a stack of waves, right? So this approach is common. It stretches across all music, the whole full frequency spectrum. There's nothing outside of these rules. Even the sound that you cannot hear, it does not mean that because you can't hear it because it's not in your frequency range, it obeys a different set of law. Still the same laws. Now, E equals MC squared. Question. Did you know that an MC that becomes a Mason is an MC squared? I'm just kidding. I don't know. That probably was an inappropriate joke right there. It's okay. It's okay. We're going to move past that. Yeah. Some of the elders, like, oh, that wasn't funny. I thought it was funny. Anyway, when two octaves are stacked, creating 3 different notes or sounds simultaneously, it's a concentrated sound. The ear no longer hears a single isolated pitch, but a family of the same note distributed across multiple frequency bands. Each octave reinforces the others without competing against them. This is now we're starting to get into standing wave understanding. Just to add that in, right? You're starting to talk about standing waves, right? Constructive interference. We're moving into that pocket, right? This is why rock, EDM, blah, blah, blah. All right. When 3 octaves are stacked, creating 4 total sounds together, the character changes dramatically. Instead of simply becoming louder, the sound grows outward, filling space vertically across the frequency spectrum. The lowest octave provides gravity and physical power. The middle octaves provide the body and the definition, while the highest octave gives you the brilliance and shimmer. Together, they create the illusion of a single note existing everywhere at once. The listener experiences a tone that feels architectural surrounding the ear rather than coming from a single location, right? Now, this is what Bose and them figured out. Bose figured this out, and then somehow Dr. Dre figured this out, and this is how they pioneered the new era of headphones, the new era of speakers, the new era of listening experience. That's why they changed it from listening or hearing to listening experience, because they learned this science right here. But the science does not originate with Bose. It does not originate in Beats headphones. It doesn't originate in Apple, what is it, AirPod Max. It doesn't. It comes right from off the walls of Kemet. So Dr. Dre got the hold of this, and he did what? He made billions of dollars off this, what your ancestors gave you. So while we running around trying to figure out how to put a sandwich together, how to run a play, and doing everything except honoring our mothers and our fathers, that's the reason why we broke. And when I say broke, I don't mean we don't have enough fiat, enough money. What I mean is that we're broke. We don't have harmony. We don't have unity. We're not rallying around the single point of reference, mostly because we don't have the point of reference, right? But that's what we're working on here, is getting that point of reference, right? Getting that point of reference. So we're working on establishing this point of reference. Oh, look at the rock star. Look at the rock star. The first minister has decided to grace us with her presence. All right. Now that we expose Dr. Dre and Bose, Beats and Bose, now that we expose them for stealing the IP and making millions and billions off this IP, I want y'all to understand, since this is a part of the FBA conversation. I know y'all having FBA conversations, right? I know y'all having reparations conversations, right? This is why I don't think that's the intelligent way to go. I don't agree with any of those conversations. I think the intelligent way to go is intellectual property. Period. If you're going to have a reparation, center that around intellectual property. Let's have that discussion. Let's establish ownership of the actual IP. Let's establish ownership, because if we establish ownership of the IP, then we have a real conversation, even though it still may not go far, but it has legs. We establish ownership of IP, and then we can look around and go, okay, how much you got, Dre? Okay, how much you made? How much did this company, that company? We can start putting these companies together, and you'll find out that there are whole industries, whole gross domestic products, whole countries were built from IP that comes off these walls. This is why it's important for you never to really get this IP. Right? No, we got the roll call. We got Regina in the building. We got Regina in the building. We got Kyle in the building. We got Peyton in the building. We got the usual suspects in the building. Yeah. Come on. We got Hotep. We got Hotep standing in the building. We got Hotep standing in the building. Wait, he's back to Jack again? So you came back to Jack. Okay. So it's Jack. You put it all in one. And Jack is a musician. Boom. So Jack is definitely super zoomed in. Yeah. Now, let's keep moving. and really, in music, all you need to do is be able to count to 4 to get all the rest of everything together. The 4 count is vicious. right? The 4 count is vicious. But the 4 count, right? See, we could play. Look, the 4 count goes back to this. The 4 count goes back to this, to the square, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And so the 4 count gets us a square, which gets us a circle, which gets us a what? Which gets us a wave. A circle, a square, and a wave. And then when you see me put the wave inside the circle, you automatically see what? The yin and the yang. You see the yin and the yang pop right out at you. Go, oh man. And then it starts to even look silly. Once you see the yin and the yang pop out, once you see the yin and the yang pop out, the European claim to music it looks silly. Start looking silly. Like, how did we let y'all get away with this concept or something? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? How you came up with this? How you came up with this? Meanwhile, we got the yin and the yang. My artwork is tough. You know what? I can't draw. That's just yet another talent. Keep writing them books though, Doc. You don't do not give up being an author for artists. So even that 4, counting 4s, counting 4 is all you need. Period. That's everything in music. All you need is that 4. Boop. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. And that's how I learned how to do bars. Counting bars. And once I learned the 1, 2, 3, 4, then it helped me to structure the bars different. Because typically when you first start, you have a sentence and the end of the sentence rhymes with the next end of the sentence, right? But that's spaced out on the 4. You get a little bit better and you can start putting it right in the half, right on the 2. So you'll rhyme twice per sentence. And then you get crazier and you can start to get crazy with the syllables, but that's just all counts. Now, when you lay out the count of the rhyme pattern over a beat, you get a cadence. And so at some point, rap moved to cadence. And then when rap moved to cadence, it got complicated. And so they dumbed it down and simplified it. And we get the era back again of like guys like Fat Joe or whatever. But before Fat Joe, it had got complicated. They had already brung in 2, 3, and 4 part harmony in the rap. And then in the early, like the late 80s going into the 90s, it kind of slowed down again, like almost like a reset. And then from the Fat Joe era, you move into super complicated, which is like DOS effects and Twister and all of these guys. And then it gets dumbed back down again. And Jay-Z came in that era. Jay-Z came in the complicated era. So he started rapping like, that's his original Flavor days. But he was smart enough to see what Fat Joe was doing was actually going to be the wave. Fat Joe really, he came with the wave. You know what I'm saying? Like he was unconfident in himself because he couldn't do the complicated thing. But what he didn't know was the simplified thing was the thing that was going to go crazy. So this is how Mace winds up being the first huge like version of rap superstar, what we have today. The platinum with the rollie and the chain and all that, like that was Mace. Mace came with the super slow, but not because he was doing it on purpose. He talked like that. He really like, you know, you could watch him on the sports show right now. And he'd be like, yo, killer, you gotta pause that, bro. That's Ayo. Like he just talked like that. You know what I'm saying? Come on. Drake came with the cheat code, right? All right. So anyway, the tone becomes increasingly immersive because more of the ear's sensory range is stimulated simultaneously. What began as a single pitch evolves into a multi-layered acoustic structure whose harmonics reinforce one another, increasing perceived richness, sustain, and emotional intensity, right? The emotional intensity is the part that's very important, because this is how your ability to control music controls the population. So music becomes politics. It's a lot. Anyway, this demonstrates an important principle of musical organization. Power is not created only by adding different notes. It can also be created by multiplying the same note across space. A single musical idea repeated at multiple scales becomes increasingly coherent rather than increasingly chaotic, right? This is something scientists are wrestling with in terms of their Big Bang Theory, right? A single musical idea repeated at multiple scales becomes increasingly coherent, not chaotic. It doesn't lose energy. It doesn't lose power. It doesn't lose force. It becomes more clear. It becomes more powerful. It adds more punch. It overwhelms, which is why stadium performances, if you notice, we went from the little headphones, or even the big headphones, but even the big headphones back in the days for the studio is not the same quality as today's Beats, Bose, or whatever, right? And that's the reason why people now want to do stadium shows. They want to do a stadium show. Well, in order to have songs big enough for a stadium, a lot of times what artists will do is they'll have an album version and then they'll have the performance version. So the song that you got when you bought the album is not the same one that you hear them perform at a stadium. In a stadium, the sound is going to be stacked. So it rips through the stadium, and it's enough for 10, 20, 30, 40,000, 50,000, 100,000 people, because the sound system has to overwhelm the screaming of all the fans, all the voices. If the voices of all the people in the stadium can overwhelm the music ain't gonna sound good. So you have to have music capable of being amplified and going through all of those bodies. The sound waves, the acoustic waves, the mechanical waves have to be amplified to a point where they can pass through all the bodies and stimulate piezoelectricity. That is the bass. That's the bottom of the music. That's the part that makes us feel it, right? That's a large part of the reason why we get goosebumps, right? But in order to be able to amplify the music to where it can go through 50,000 or 100,000 people and hit them all the same way, and use the architecture of the stadium to reflect those waves constructively off of one another. Stadiums and theaters are put together a certain way so that there's constructive interference of sound there, right? There's a very specific way you got to stack the music so that as you amplify, you turn it up louder and louder and louder and louder. A, you don't lose quality, but B, you still have that punch. Right? This is the science of everything. God is music. God is music. Heaven the label. This is what it is. Right? This is the business of doing life. Life is a business. And this is the music business. Anyway, let's keep cooking. Right? The octave is therefore not merely an interval. It is a method of expansion. It's a method of expansion. What is our universe doing? Expanding. It's a method of expansion. It allows one musical identity to occupy greater and greater and greater and greater and greater space without sacrificing the unity, without sacrificing the harmony. So you create an organized field of resonance. Resonance. Okay? Now, let's jump. Stacking 2 or 3 octaves, especially because it utilizes a strict geometric progression of frequencies to create the cleanest, most powerful harmonic reinforcement possible in music theory without introducing dissonance. Pure geometric progression music physics, right? Is that math? So he's talking about doing the math. Peace, God, right? This is what we grew up on in New York. Peace, God. What's today's math? What's today's mathematics, God? Right? And you need to know that. You need to be able to do that math, or you might get some light hands put on you. You get sent upstairs to pull that math out, or you might get sat down and just let's just walk through. Let's just go knowledge decipher real quick. Let's just go knowledge decipher real quick. You know what I'm saying? I'm of the impression that 99% of the people back then didn't even really fully understand the power of what they was getting in terms of that math, and just being able to see it a different way. Right? That's all it really was. Right? Being able to see it a different way, to look at number a different way, to look at frequency a different way. You know what I'm saying? But we didn't elevate with the science, because that was powerful. Yeah, the nation turned that whole generation into drug addicts. When I say the nation, I mean America. Turned that whole generation into drug addicts. So we lost them. There were some beautiful minds in that generation, back in the 80s, the 70s, 80s, and 90s. There was some beautiful minds. You know what I'm saying? But once the crack and the heroin and all that hit, it didn't make those people any less intelligent. But what it did do was create a break from those generations and the younger generations. Because when we looked up at them and we saw that they was crackheads, we was good on anything they could teach us. Now, I'm good. I don't want to know nothing you know. Because whatever you know, you a crackhead. I'm good. I don't want to know nothing from you. I don't want to learn nothing from you. You a wino. You an alcoholic. You a wino. What can you tell me? In fact, your life is a good enough lesson for me. I know to never be like you. You're a wino. You're an alcoholic. I'm good on that. You're a dope fiend. Ain't nothing you could tell me, dope fiend. Period. But my dad taught me different. My dad taught me different. He said, the best people to learn from are the people that made mistakes. So you never discount somebody because of a mistake. You never discount somebody. You don't repeat their mistake. And how do you not repeat their mistake? Oh, you just don't do it. Nah, you have to know what they did in order to not do it. And you have to assume that they weren't idiots. You have to assume they were intelligent. Because if you assume they were idiots, then you're going to definitely make the same mistake, because you won't even be looking for the trappings. I love the fact that the word trappings means the extra, but it also means the thing that you trap. Trap. The trappings always get you trapped. Look at AB, our case study. AB is our case study for everything. Why is AB's mind trapped? The trappings, the chain, the watch, the jewelry. He needs to constantly see the external things that say success. But he doesn't have the internal. Look at that fat belly. And now he's getting to the point where he can't even breathe sitting down, just regular talking. He like, I know I've been there. I've been there. I was 260 pounds. I've been to the point where walking up one flight of steps made me feel like my heart was going to stop. I have had my heart stop before. I know what it is to be a big fat boy. So nobody can tell me what that feels like. And I also know what it feels like to have the pressure of having 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 children on you while you're not living the way you're supposed to live, while you're not setting the example and you know better. And it puts you in a loop to where you get like this rolling depression that you wrestling with the withdrawals of this thing, but the thing helps you not feel the depression and it keeps you like in a cycle, and we watching that play out with the lock-in. So it's a great, from a lot of different perspectives. You can watch AB and Dean lock-in, and if you're wrestling with your weight, if you're wrestling with, maybe you're not wrestling with your weight, but maybe you're wrestling with addiction. Maybe you're not wrestling with addiction. Maybe you're just wrestling with staying on your diet, just staying at your workout. Whatever it is, it's all right there. The fall off, the comeback, the influences of friends and family, not having money, it's all right there. So it's a wide variety of cases. Anyway, we'll get back to that. All right, so if we go to the 440, we stack that up. We go to 880, we stack that up, 1760, right? So you go 440, 880, 1760, 3520, right? Now, that is constructive interference, magnifying the volume and presence of the footnote without adding any new musical information. Now, look at this. I want y'all to know that this sneaky word, this is sneaky word. It's a sneaky one right here. That sneaky word right there. Oh, that word is so sneaky. That word sneaky. Let me put that up here on the board. That word so sneaky. That word so sneaky. Oh my goodness. Every time I see that word, you know who I think of? I think of Sticky Fingers from Onyx. My mind is permanently wrapped, like it's trained in music. So anything happens, there's a verse from some song. It's like a random, I have like hip hop Tourette syndrome in my mind. Like, so any situation, there's going to be like a song that starts to play in the back of my mind. And when I see that, I automatically go to Sticky Fingers. And I remember where I first heard the song. I was playing hooky from school, shooting dice. Me and my man Desmond. He passed away, heart disease, and he was 2 years younger than me. Was he 2 years younger, or was I 2 years younger than him? I'm 49, so he would either be 47 right now or 51. Anyway, that was my guy. But I remember being right there on the wall in Clinton. Like, there's a wall to separate the top school where the grass is and the parking lot. I don't know what's going on there now, but we just throw dice right there. Anyway, but I heard that Onyx song for the first time right there. Somebody pulled up in a car, hopped out the car. The car is blasting. He like, yeah, I got whatever was in the bank. Stop the bank. Ooh, but he jumping out, stopping the bank. But the Onyx is playing. He said, I don't feel pain because it's all in the mind. And what's mine is mine. What's yours is mine. Don't even blink or I'ma rob you blind. I got the tech now. Like, but anyway, that part is all in the mind. Like, it just, that's how my mind is. I go from here because I make an immediate stop over. This word right here leads me to this word. the rhyme. And then from rhyme, I go to mind, and that's how somehow Sticky Fingers' voice pops into the back of my mind. I hear him. Yeah, that's how he pops in. Because it's all in the rhyme. It's all in the rhyme. If you don't know what this is the rhyme mathematical papyrus. The rhyme mathematical papyrus is a mathematical papyrus all about how to find volume. How to find volume when you don't know the amount. Think about that. Volume, amount. That is the origin of quantum mechanics, quantum theory. Volume, amounts, quanta, amount, aha, amount, volume. The rhyme papyrus is all about volume, right? And what do you think of with volume? Your mind might not go to Sticky Fingers. You might not be thinking, I don't feel pain because it's all in the rhyme. I don't feel pain because it's all. You might be thinking of Rakim, right? Rakim might pop into your brain, depending on how old you are, right? As you hear it, pump up the volume, right? You might hear Rakim as you hear pump up the pump up the volume, right? Anyway, all right. Anyway, very important keyword. It will take you right from music all the way through quantum mechanics, all the way back in history to the rhyme papyrus, which we'll discuss more in the other books. Anyway, all right. So the Ogdo teaches the mathematical scaffolding of multi-octave stacks, which is an incredibly powerful pedagogical tool, right? This is the parent, the precursor. While the Ogdo is historically Egyptian in origin and later heavily absorbed into Greek Gnostic philosophy, its numerical architecture maps perfectly to the physics of sound. Its numerical architecture maps perfectly to the physics of sound. Right? So now let's look at this again. Okay, let's look at this again. Right? And when we look at it this time, we're going to go through factors of two. Factors of two. Very important, because that's the duality. The same duality that exists in all of science. They will never present you one without another, right? They will never present you electron without proton in the conversation. Like, that's just how it goes, right? It takes two to make a thing go right. Yeah. It takes two to make. Yeah. Well, till you get it. I'm Rob Bass. I can't even get that. So the theology matches the music, right? Factors of two. Flip that around. Factors of four, right? When you start stacking the octaves, in a 2-octave stack, the highest note is 4 times the frequency, right? The whole factor, factor of 8. This is the climax of a 3-octave stack. It is 8 times the frequency. 8 times the frequency creates the constructive interference. So now, we spent a lot of time in the I want to find the book first before I want to find If I can't find the book, then I'll just tell y'all what I'm talking about. But I would like to find the book. It's not there. It's not here. Okay. All right.
Rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers, it never says goodbye. The Beatles crawl, the Beatles rise.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Sort of burst the chaos, yet the chaos rise. My name Beatles, Beatles, Beatles. Over and over, spinning the world in the grip of their shoulders. Beatles, Beatles, Beatles. Under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober. The heat fades lower, the order begins. The stillness so perfect, it hums from within. The void sings softly, entropy takes a bow. In the shadow of silence, the scarab knows how. The second law is dancing, feeding life through decay. The third law holds the promise that the stillness will stay. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Beatles. 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 All right. So remember, we started the revolution with these three books right here. We started the revolution. That's when everything switched gears and started to going crazy. These three books right here. Time to start the revolution. Get your body healthy using what they called us of God. The back timbers in the grass, and I ran like a cheetah with thoughts of an assassin. Pick the Mac up, Toll Brothers back up. The Mac spit. Pick the book up, Toll Brothers back up. The book spit. Words was hitting cowards. One ran, I made him backflip. But anyway, this book right here in particular, this book, if you have this book and you go back into this book is going to make 10,000 times more sense. This is how I actually got to all these books. Because writing a book, it's like, okay, boom, you start speaking about this topic, and then there's a lot of stuff that people need to digest that topic. So it's like, oh, I gotta write some of these books. They don't exist, right? So as you get the deeper understanding of music, you will have a much deeper understanding of Kemetic geometry. And you've got to understand what they were doing with trigonometry and how they created trigonometry in Kemet to fully understand what they were doing with the music. right? But it's all surrounding E equals MC squared. It's all surrounding that concept, right? Because you're talking about volumes, talking about the energy moving through a thing, right? For them, the energy moving through a thing was deity, right? They described the Neteru themselves as frequency, as energies, as the universal powers. So for them, math and music were not things to play with. Math wasn't something you just had to know so you could know how to count your money. Music wasn't something that you turned on at a party to have sex to or find a sex partner. Like, that wasn't what music was for. Music was not to help you find a sex partner or sell beer, you know, or sell Hennessy. You know, math wasn't just to count your change so you know how to buy sneakers and pay your bills. Like, that wasn't that. It was the highest form of expression that a mortal could reach the divine. Right? For real. Yeah, see, them songs are stuck in your head too, Jack. Who? Okay, hold up. Gray matter music. Gray matter music. That's exactly what the gray matter music. So look, Michael came up with the title, and Regina came up with the definition of the title. Gray matter music is so much embedding. And that right there is actually in almost kind of like in the books. Let me see which one is. Do I have this book though? I may not even have the book. Let me see. But I have this one, Have in Motion, right? This is the first one of the 27. Yes, it's in here. It is in here, and it is chapter 3. Let me see. It's chapter 3. Yeah, chapter 3, the sweet science. Chapter 3 in this book, the sweet science. Yeah. Okay, anyway. Okay, so the structural motif of the Kemenu is essentially a ready-made mnemonic device, right? We talk about that a lot in terms of understanding theology, not as myth, not as make-believe, but as a mnemonic device for more complicated sciences. In this specific sense, right, the Kemenu served as a mnemonic device for geometric progression and multi-octave acoustics. I want you to understand that. Geometric progression and multi-octave acoustics. So you can take that to the bank. If you've been listening to these Dr. EnQi videos for a long, you know geometric progression and multi-octave acoustics. You can't even say that 10 times fast, but you know it. And this is what the power of a storyteller, the power of the griot, the power of using the mnemonic device. All right, so Kheper leaves the 8 carrying only his working tools of the path. Every step converts invisible proportion into visible order. Read that again for you. Every step, right? We're talking about walking. We're talking about being a stepper. Kheper is the first stepper, right? Every step, right? We stepping on folks. The work got stepped on, so we had to step on folks because I'm a stepper, right? It's crazy how these things find their way into our slang from genetic memory. Anyway, every step converts invisible proportion into visible order. The triangle is laid beneath his feet, right? The foundation. The sphere moves. The sun rises. Matter appears. Civilization follows. The godometer, the master's tool, right? If you don't have the godometer book, you don't have the godometer book, you're going to be lost. Matter of fact, let me just show y'all what that looks like. Because I know some of y'all are like, godometer book? What is that? You just made that. Ain't no such thing. Yes, it is. It's one of our favorites. It goes along with that song. Okay, hold on. It goes along with that song. But you see how they do me? We got so many books up here now. Whatever is the latest book series is what usually dominates the search, right? So when you're looking online at these things, remember that there's different series, right? So this series right here is 33 books, and that's done. If there's another book, it'll be in a new series, right? But this is the completion of this series right here, right? Then we have our piano. Where's our piano at? Where's our piano? Where the keys at? Hold up, man. Okay. This is another series. 8 books in there. That's an Ogdo. We got an Ogdo series. Okay. Wait, we got our 33rd degree series. We got an Ogdo series. I promise you, I did not do this stuff on purpose with these numbers. And then we got our piano series, right? 88 books in this one. And I believe it's in this book series. Look at that. See that? That's God right there. That's how we spell God right there. G-O-D. More. 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 Okay, come on. I thought it was in this book series. Maybe it's not in this book series. Am I tripping? Okay, here go these books. These books are in the series. 56, 57, 58. Classic. Man. Huh. It is not in this book series. That is crazy. Man, where is that book? Boom. It's in a different book series. Okay. 46 books in this series right here. Right, we got some series. We got one that's 88. We got another one 33 books. This one 46 books. All right. So yeah, this book right here though, this is the Godometer book. Yeah, this is the Godometer book. So you need that. All right, you need to have it. The Godometer is all about the 3, 4, 5 triangle. Right? Hey, it's all good. It's all good. We back. We back. You know what I'm saying? At least we back live. You know what I'm saying? We really ain't went nowhere. Because the order's still shipping. Order's still shipping and books are still writing. And even now that I'm like keep saying that I'm not writing any more books, I have notes. That's how books start for me, notes. I write books the same way I wrote rhymes back in the days. So I might be at a restaurant and start writing something on a napkin or out anywhere and just I'll create notes and I'll build around the notes. And then those notes turn into whole books. Did you catch that? I start from a note. All right. Kev, did you hit my phone? Kev, did you hit me up, Kev? That's for people trying to get in touch with the God. Right? If you're trying to get in touch with the God, 845-480-6297. 845-480-6297. 845-480-6297. 845-480-6297. The movement is officially moving. The movement is officially moving. Make sure y'all hit me up. The movement is moving. Right? All right. All right. The Godometer. The master's tool. The Kemenu is the score. The triangle is the measuring instrument that lets the score be performed accurately. All of modern science comes from the relationship of those three numbers, 3, 4, 5. So I want y'all to start with that in your mind. And I know we discussed this 1,000 times, but it seems like we need to discuss it 1,000 more times because of the questions that I get. Right? So, forget the triangle for a second. It's just the numbers. It's about the numbers. It's about the numbers. The relationship of these numbers. That's what it's about. Period. It's not about the shape. The shape comes later. The first thing is just the relationship between 3 of anything, 4 of anything, and 5 of anything. Right? And then you can square them. You can do whatever you want. Right? But you can square these, and then you have 9, what's that, 16, 25, right? You created another 3, 4, 5 triangle. 9, 16, and 25. Why? Because the proportion is the same. The ratio of one to another is the same, right? It's the same reason why the number 26 is so special, right? You go, oh, 26 is the number of God in the Bible. Yes, it is. But 26 is also the only known number, right, in existence. It is the only known number in existence that sits between what? A square and a cube. Right? A square and a cube. "26 is the only number that bridges the space between two-dimensional reality and three-dimensional reality. "26 bridges the space between two-dimensional reality and three-dimensional reality. So it just so happens to be a coincidence that that is the number. So that's what I'm saying. There's a trick to the Bible when you figure out that the Hebrew, the letters are numbers. It's not that the letters have number equivalents. The letters are numbers. When you say that the Hebrew alphabet has number equivalents, it gives the numbers like secondary status. No, it's the number. And the letter is the same status. The number is the letter. The letter is the number. It's not a different thing. All the letters are numbers. So you can go through that whole book as a math book, a book of numbers. Anyway, just go ahead and remove this from your memory for now. Yep. Like the Men in Black flashy thing. Whoop, just take that out your memory for now. It's about these relationships, right? And then the number always represents a shape, right? So that's where this comes in, right? And you can do the same thing with the foundation, right? Being Wusia, right? Waset, and Heru, right? That's why the original family unit is 3: mother, father, child. Mother, father, child. They have bigger families, of course. Well, why did they stamp this as the family unit, the 1, 2, 3? It's because there's a certain relationship. There's a certain relationship, right, that exists here with divine proportion, right? Divine proportion. So you can have the same conversation about relationships, right? That's what it is. What makes these numbers special when you group them together is their relationship to one another. So you can easily turn these numbers into people or ideas of people, right? And you can discuss the relationship of those people. And you can tell a story about the relationship of those people based on the relationship of the numbers. But when you're dealing with abstract numbers, a lot of times it's harder for people to follow. If you turn the abstract numbers into people or animals or something, you know, sprinkle a little magic here and their story becomes fun. And then it becomes easy to remember. And it becomes easy to just remind you of something you already know. How do I know you already know it? Because you know the story. And the story has relationships, because people have relationships. People form bonds, just like atoms form bonds. Chemistry is about bonds forming and bonds breaking. What is society about? The bonds formed between people and the bonds broken between people. And you could scale that up to the bonds formed between different nations. And when those bonds get broken, we have war. When we have war, the banks come up. In times of peace, the banks typically lose out. Banks make money when countries disagree. When nations disagree, banks make money. When people are in harmony and peace, banks lose money. Anyway, so this is much more than just a science about, trying to find a square. It's bigger than that. Because when you understand that the nature of reality comes down to 3 different things, right? The nature of our physical reality comes down to electric fields, magnetic fields, right? This is Wuxia, right here. This is Wuxia. This is Wuxia. Oh, this is Waset, right? Isis. Osiris is Osiris, Isis, Wuxia, Waset. And what do? Electric fields and magnetic fields interact at 90-degree angles and produce what? Light. Right? So you got your father, your mother, and your child. Now, although it may be a little harder for us to figure out the relationship of electricity or electrons to Osiris, it may be more difficult to figure out magnetic what to Isis. You may not have any way of figuring that out. That could be total conjecture. What we cannot do is overlook the fact that Horus is light personified, being born from the 2 parents, because it's explicitly stated so. It's explicitly stated so. So you have to just go backwards and figure out how that went. Go backwards and figure out how that went. They even gave you a little cute little picture, right? Where it starts with Shu, and on top of Shu is Osiris, and you go from the dead level to the living. All right. Anyway, we'll leave that there for now, right? But so you still have this relationship. So when you look at the 3, 4, 5, the essence of our world is there. Right? The essence of our world is there because it gives us the point of interaction, the production of light, the square. Right? And all of technology sits on. All right. So this is all math we're doing today. This is all math. Right? This is all math. Right? So what you'll have is academia, just to give you a wrap up. What you'll have, not that we're stopping, I just want to recap sort of. What you'll have is academia telling you, now mind you, you have to beat them into submission to even get them to concede this much, right? It's a coincidence that the place where the 3, 4, 5 triangle is first utilized in history, it's a coincidence that the place where the 3, 4, 5 triangle is first utilized is also the same place where the octave is first created and understood. Now, if you don't understand just yet, it's all right. You'll get it. Because not only does this 3, 4, 5 triangle give us the ability to understand the overarching relationship between electricity, magnetism, and the production of light, it also gives us the notes. It gives us the ratio relationships, and it becomes the first instruments. Yeah, this is the first instruments. All of the first instruments are based on this: a tight string and something to hold it. And this volume in this space is going to determine the sound. So you have pianos, guitars, harps, all of these things are string instruments attached to a box of some sort, right? So you get all your ratios from here. Well, we'll save the space, right? So not only do you get the octave defined, but you also get all the notes. So it's just a coincidence. Now, mind you, you're going to have to beat somebody into submission because they're going to tell you, oh, no, the notes came from this dude over here in Germany and this guy in Rome and this guy in Italy. You're going to have to beat them into submission. And I have provided you with all of the right hooks, the uppercuts. You know what I mean? When you get overwhelmed, you got bullets and bombs and everything. Inside these books, you have every weapon imaginable to beat anybody, any system into submission, period. Stop it, Kyle. We ain't going there. Right? Now, blah, 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 blah. All right. So the material world is harmony that has finished its journey from the invisible world, right? Which is the tiny world, little tiny space, the micro beyond micro, the quantum, into the visible, right? The little tiny waves have organized themselves and boom. Now they're operating at the atomic level and the atoms are coming together and now we can see, touch, hear, feel them, right? But we can't really go past that until we deal with this. We got to deal with these folks, right? We got to deal with these folks. Because this is where we get this. And these are some of your early Masons. These are some of your early Masons. Right? Right? Harpanopte. Right? The rope stretchers. These are the guys that laid the foundation for all of the structures in the buildings. All the structures in the buildings. Right? All the structures in the buildings. And they did that with a specific tool. They had a rope. Here we go. Something to that effect. They had a rope perfectly designed of 12 knots or 12 segments. So that way you can break that in and you can find you can move the rope and you can find your square, right? You can find your square by simply putting 3 units, 4 units, and 5 units, no matter what the space was, right? And that square, right, is called your what? In actual architecture, right? Because we know we got operative masonry and speculative masonry. Well, this is the bridge between the two. Because in operative masonry, when you're actually building a building, you start right here, right? This is called your cornerstone. This is called the cornerstone right here. Yeah, this is the cornerstone right here, right? Now, for some reason, you figure it out. I'll let you figure it out. You do your thing, right? But what does trigonometry tell us? Trigonometry tells us that when we're looking at these right angle triangles, that there's some sort of slick relationship going on like this. There's some sort of slick relationship going on like this. Something about what's happening here tells us something about this, right? And we don't have to get deep. For our sake, all we need to know is this. In the Bible, Jesus is over here. Jesus is the cornerstone. In Kemet, yeah. So you have Heru over here. You have the Bible tells us Jesus is the cornerstone. In Kemet, they tell us, the mother and the father and the son is over here, right? We're not even going to go to the church, the mother, father, and we're just going to go, right? Just food for thought. Just food for thought. You say, oh, we can't find that on the walls. It's all right. Just food for thought. Just saying. It's very interesting. You're just going to put that in your back pocket. All right? Okay. So anyway, the rope stretchers, which were the land surveyors and the builders who did all of the work, blah, blah, blah. Is it not also very interesting that the entire Bible narrative is built around the number 12 repeating over and 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 over? Like it's just over and over and over. Starting with God separating the day into night. The day into night is each of those 12 hours. So it's saying God using the 22 and 7 created 12s. We could do the whole Bible in numbers. All right, we can go to 22 and 7, which is the word. That's pi. Right? Creates 2 sets of 12. Day and night. Or if you want to get deep out there into the Bible, you go into the 24 and, but day and night, right? And we can keep on walking until somehow we get the 12, we get the energy personified. The 12 tribes. And once we walk through that whole story of the 12 tribes culminate in a brand new story about a guy and 12 disciples. Disc. So once you have pi, you automatically have radius, diameter, circumference. You have. All right. Anyway. All right. So anyway, the rope stretchers doing their thing, right? Doing their thing, right? The rope stretchers, not only does the stretch rope is that used for the foundation of all construction, but that's also used, like I said, for the instruments. A stretched rope, right? A rope under tension is more than a measuring device. It is a wave guide. It is a wave guide. A stretched rope is a wave guide. Period. It is a wave guide. All you have to do is pluck it. 2 beans in the bucket. Mother. You either flav or you chuck it. So kiss my and man. Flav might be the first person to do the SMD thing. Flav might have originated that on tracks. Anyway. You get this stretched rope. The stretched rope is going to measure sound the same way they use the stretched rope to measure the land. It's the same way they use the stretched rope to measure sound. Right? The same way they use the stretched rope to measure matter. Physical things, they use the stretch rope to measure energy, to measure mechanical waves and electromagnetic waves. The length of the rope when it's vibrating tells you what the sound is going to be, right? As you then turn around and shrink or lengthen the rope, you change the sound. Let me see something real quick. Hold on.
Travis made darkness feel cinematic. Drake made pain sound smooth and attractive. Post made loneliness melodic and passive. Uzi made sadness feel floating in magic. Big songs don't hit cause they lyrical only. They hit cause the brain get lonely. Simple hooks loop to the nervous system, know it. Ghosted the body singing for the mouth notice. That's dopamine science, electrical timing. Prediction and reward, the whole brain chiming. Every replay deep in pathways inside them. Now the song becomes your identity wiring. Travis made darkness feel cinematic. Drake made pain sound smooth and attractive. Post made loneliness melodic and passive. Uzi made sadness feel floating in magic. The greatest hooks are fun drivers. They compress the emotions down to one-liners. The body love patterns and repeated fixtures. That's why crowds scream songs back like scriptures. DJ, electric grills. My favorite song give me chills. In my skin, it mean I'm lit. For the song, it mean a hit. Also, I'm noticing God made dopamine. So I'm high, cause I'm focusing. Music is God and the go between. A sentence is repentance. A verse to get your soul redeemed. The body hit a baseline first. Pain make the whole song work. Look the feeling till it hurt. That's why the whole world replay the verse. Heart
Okay, now hold up. Now look at this. This is what I'm showing you when I say it's a wave guide. I want you to see it up close, right? I want you to see this. Now, here is a guitar. The guitar has 6. This guitar specifically has 6 stretched out strings, right? The actual word for a stretched out string, a stretched string, is taut. That's what that is, taught. Like I taught you a lesson. Think about that. Taught. Like I taught you a lesson. It's just spelled differently, but it's taught, right? To have a string taut is to be stretched out and held tightly, right? Now, I want you to understand that these strings are wave guides, right? It's a wave guide, right? Because the moment that you take a string and you pluck it, right? You pluck the string. When you pluck the string, you're transferring some amount of energy to the string. Whatever energy was in your pluck is now in the string. And that energy, because all energy moves in waves, you're going to be able to see the wave in the string, which makes the string a wave guide because it's going to contain the wave, and the wave is only going to be able to move back and forth on the string. So let's look up close at the guitar and see how it looks. You see that? Now, all of the strings are being plucked with roughly the same amount of energy. But depending on the type of string and how tight you have it, determines how the vibration is going to go. The vibration determines the sound. So having different speeds gives you what? Gives you a bottom and a top. It gives you a middle. So now all of a sudden you go from strings to, you got your bass, your bottom, right? You got your bass, which is your bottom. Then you got your middies, right? You got your middies, and then you got your highs, right? Or you got your highs, your lows, and your middles, your middies, right? But that makes these strings wave guides. It is the wave that's serving the function of dissipating the energy. And the energy that's being dissipated is mimicking those waves. That wave you see in the string, is the wave that travels invisibly through the air into your ear. And that wave, when it travels into your ear, this is very special. This is magic. It travels into your ear, and you have like a pyramid called the cochlea. The cochlea has 3 levels. Each level is loaded with melanin, so we ain't got to go into the melanin portion. But at these 3 levels is where the sound is broken down, the highs, mids, and the lows. Each one of these levels has nerves. The nerves go directly from the ear to the brain. The exact same frequency that you hear is also playing in your brain. I want you to understand this. This is not the same with visual. When you hear sound, your actual brain cells start vibrating at the same frequency as the sound. I need you to just hold this so you understand the power of sound. When I keep telling you sound controls the world. The frequencies you listen to determines how your brain works in real time. Yeah, I need that to that's like sink in somehow. We might have to. Maybe it's a good way to just get a good time to just think of emotions real quick. Because emotions come into play later.
In the beginning was the wave. Resonate, see what I'm saying, levitate, resonate, nah, I mean I'm trying to elevate. Resonate, words can't describe or articulate. Resonate, feel me, celebrate. When they was partying and they was drinking, the gospel of music had me right and thinking. Music is sounds, but it's also written words. Lego notes, fifths, halves, quarters, thirds. The periodic table of atoms. The language of the gods and wave patterns. The periodic table of atoms, E equals MC squared. The musical wave patterns, the facts are late. Synapse engaged, perhaps a slave. Collapse away. The heart detonate, the tongue generate. The stone demonstrate, the mind meditate. Honestly, honor me for escaping poverty, turning lemons to lemonade. Noise into harmony, awfully. God is the music of my artery, the heart of me. The beat is the best part of me. God is the way. God is the music. God is the music. Without it, I might lose it. God is the way. God is the music. Without God, I might lose it. I might lose it. Resonate. See what I'm saying? I mean I'm trying to elevate. Resonate. Words can't describe or articulate. Feel me, celebrate. My thoughts don't make sounds, but I can still hear them. Periodic table waves to the EnQi theorem. You never seen God, but you fear him. My thoughts don't make sounds, but I can still hear them. My thoughts don't make sounds, but I can still hear them. I don't know, understand the love words, but I feel them. My heart wild, my heart savage. That's why it's so easy to love bad habits. They block pain like perks. The music alkaline below 20 hertz. I can feel it in my bones. He's so electric, we so electric. He gon' respect it. When they was partying and they was drinking, the gospel of music had me right and thinking. Sounds, but it's also written words. Lego notes, fifths, halves, quarters, thirds. In the beginning was the wave. Periodic table of atoms. The language of the gods and wave patterns. The periodic table of atoms equals MC.
Share the video, hit the like, subscribe, Cash App, Super Chat, AmericanHealer.website, Amazon.
All right, now, in order to really understand the power of this, you need two terms, right? And you should write these down. You should write these down, right? Write these down so that way you have them. Write these down so you have them. Yeah, just get out any one of your books. Write this down in your book. All right, I'm gonna write it down. No, I'm not gonna use this marker. But do I have a pen in here? No, I don't have a pen. So I will use a marker. Why not? We're gonna write this down in the having motion book. Now these are two sciencey. These are two sciencey terms. And I'll be honest, I always forget them. I always forget those terms. That's why I'm telling you to write them down. But the thing that they represent, I never forget. I never forget these, right? When you hear a sound, your neurons match that sound. Like, this is crazy. Your neuron literally starts vibrating. Your neurons start vibrating at that same sound, that same frequency, that same pitch. Like, your neurons match it. Like, that's crazy. That's a crazy level of power to be able to control a soundscape. Forget the landscape. Controlling the soundscape is crazy. Why do you think the next generation of super weapons is going to be based on sound technology? The next generation of super weapons is going to be information based and sound based, which we already see taking place in front of us right now. Look at the war between academics and Drake and Jay-Z and all that. Like, that's all information war. It's all an information war. You know what I'm saying? And you got Glasses Malone and all these other characters. It's an information war. What are they competing for? What are these people at war for? Why are they at war? Right? Glasses Malone is in our universe. Glasses Malone is in our universe. But when you get to the top, these guys are billionaires already. They're already billionaires. What's the struggle? What's happening, sir?
Stopping me. A motor through intellectual property. Behind the lights, behind the camera. I'm the feeling, the words behind the gram. My call is casual. EnQi is the go to cadence. Fired up quantum chemistry on audition. Pause is no tomorrow, so each book I write is love in a bottle. Amazing like this, spirit consciousness. Get it priceless.
What did you mean to do? Slam the door or cuss after? Teenage boys, boy. Teenage boys. Okay. I don't even know. I know what I'm talking about. Boom. The magic of sound being reproduced in your brain and the power of controlling the soundscape. Anyway. Moving on forward. Let's get back to the work because we've been here for 4 hours. If you have not hit the like button and you've been here longer than 30 minutes, please, before hitting the like button, go on ahead and slap yourself. Okay, I just want to say that. If you've been here longer than 30 minutes and you have not hit the like button, you've been here less than 30 minutes, I get it. Maybe you don't like you're not sure if you like what you're listening to or not. Right? Or maybe you like what you're hearing, but you mad it's not coming from somebody else. I get it. But after 30 minutes, you should have resolved all those issues and hit the damn like button. And you should have also decided, you know what? I kind of like this, so I want to make sure I hear this again. Let me make sure I subscribe to the YouTube channel. If you're watching on Twitter, X, if you're watching on Kick, just know those are extensions that we may or may not build up into the main thing at some point. But the YouTube page is the main thing. And if you're not subscribed to the YouTube page, you're missing stuff. And if you're not sending me money, you are a hater. No, I'm just kidding. We do need support, though. Hit the Cash App, subscribe to the Patreon, get the books, the website. Find some way to support this movement because it is only us. And by us, I just mean me. You know I'm not even entertaining you, right, Kyle? All right. A rope under tension is more than a measuring device. It is also a wave guide, just like your anatomy. Strike it, pluck it, or vibrate it, and it carries waves. Now, how do you strike, pluck, or vibrate your anatomy? That's called exercise. That's called exercise. That part. Right? We call it rehearsal. We call it rehearsal. You call it exercise, we call it rehearsal. Right? Why do we call it rehearsal? Because functional exercise is about performance. The performance of your life. The performance of your life. So functional exercise. You need to be able to raise your heels. You have to do the heel raises and the toe raises. Why? Because people are getting ankle replacements more than anything else. People are getting ankle replacements more than anything else. So doing the heel raises and toe raises is going to keep you from getting an ankle replacement or Achilles tendon surgery. Yeah, that Achilles tendon is one big cord. Hello? Is this thing on? It's a cord. Get it? You have cords in your body, your tendons and ligaments, the cords in your body pull the levers, right? When you put together cords that pull the levers, you have what? You create leverage, which is based on what? A scale, right? You have a musical scale and chords. It's all going to hit all at some point. It's all going to just start hitting various, yeah, it's all right. Anyway, blah, 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 blah. All right. Harp is essentially a collection of stretched strings, blah, 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 blah. First came the stretch rope. The rope measured the earth, the same stretch tension that could sing. One branch became the measuring cord of the temple. Right? And if you are a Mason, then you will also have recognized this, right? You'll also have recognized it. I'll just leave it there, right? But first came the stretched rope. The rope measured the earth. The same stretched line reveals the tension that can sound. One branch became the measuring cord of the temple. The other became the strings of the harp. One measured harmony in space. The other measured harmony in time. The Harpanoptidae became more than surveyors. They are the first tuners of civilization. Before a temple could be built, the ground had to be stretched into proportion. Why? Why? You see, now you got the answers to all of them other Well, I don't know how old y'all are. I don't know how old y'all are. But if y'all have been into like alternative history and, you know, alternative concepts and conspiracy theories and quote, quote, you know, the reason why most of those conspiracy theories remain conspiracy theories is because you didn't have the science. But all those videos that you might have seen in the past, you know, whether it was the pyramid code videos or, you know, the videos about just the ancient builders, and you've got the Easter Island builders and Kemet and Stonehenge and Teotihuacan and all these, you know, all of that. The thing that unifies them is sound. That's what unifies them with the Masons and the Templars and the sound. It's the real understanding of sound, right? Because we go, okay, well, sound, when we stack octaves, stacking octaves of sound doesn't become matter. Yes, but stacking octaves of electromagnetic waves does. Yeah. Stacking octaves of electromagnetic waves does. It's just that we don't think of it as in octaves. But it's absolutely the same thing. It's absolutely the same technique. It's absolutely the same thing of compressing waves, right? Compressed waves, stacked waves. Compressed waves is what you're measuring with mass. And the moment you make an equivalence, energy, mass, and matter, like E equals MC squared, it's a unified understanding of music. It's a unified understanding of music, right? We forget that Einstein was Jewish. We forget that not only was he Jewish, he was a very aggressive student of the Torah. Very aggressive. You got to do the history. See, let me tell you a cheat code. A cheat code that I had a lot of time. I had a lot of time. You know, early on, when I was a youngster, you know, my dad was out moving around in the neighborhood. So I never claimed the throne, but like in the streets, you know, there's this thing of being street royalty. And that means that your parents were big time drug dealers, right? I never thought that was honorable. So I never, you know, like associated myself in that kind of way with individuals. You know what I'm saying? I didn't think that was something to glorify. In fact, I look at that as they don't have anything else. You know, they don't have anything else shiny to attract people to. So they got to rely on that. Oh, but my dad sold heroin back in the days. Oh, you mean your dad was a serial killer? Like, but, you know, I have that history. You know what I'm saying? And on the other side, my mom was a victim of addiction. You know what I'm saying? So there are large stretches. When I say large stretches, there are huge stretches of my childhood where I'm just alone, figuring stuff out. Obviously by God's design, you know. So this story is leading to me being adopted. You know, my adopted mom. She lived alone in a 2-bedroom apartment. She found out that I lived alone. You know what I'm saying? She knew my secret because it was a secret. You couldn't live alone. You know what I'm saying? As a kid, I'm talking about as a kid, I lived alone. Before they had emancipation and all that, I was a kid living alone, right? Because my mom, when she was there, she always sent me to go pay the rent. And there was a little drop box. You just put your money order in the drop box with your information on it, and that's how you paid the rent. So I realized that, you know, in order to keep the apartment, I didn't have to do anything but drop a money order in that box with my name and my, you know, my mom's info and address and all that, you know, with the right info. I just had to figure out how to get a few dollars. So that wasn't necessarily that difficult back in the 80s. And, you know what I'm saying? But eventually, you know, my next door neighbor, she becomes my adopted mom. She has a 2-bedroom apartment. She lives in it by herself. 1 bedroom is hers, and the other bedroom is a library. There's nothing in this room but books from the floor to the ceiling. Every wall, 3 walls, Well, really like two big ones, because one side was the door and the other side was the windows, but it was just like ceiling to the floor, and maybe half of that was encyclopedias, and of the other half it was reference material, and then classics, and then you had a few books, like books that you might be interested in. So I'm saying this whole story to say, whenever I got in trouble, and trust me, I got in trouble frequently, it was very close to like taking a wild animal and trying to domesticate a wild animal first generation. I'm the wild animal. And she got me over there with her, and all of a sudden I go from having no curfew with doing who God knows what only in my house to all kind of rules and no company and being at this time and that time and dress like this, and I'm like, ah. So every time I got in trouble, I would be stuck in this room with no TV, ain't no electronics and none of that. I'm just stuck in this room with all these books. Now, I had already developed a love for reading from my dad, as a youth. But reading books of my choice, reading stories, stuff that was exciting. Here I am now. I love reading, but I'm trapped in a room full of reference material, encyclopedias, and just almanacs, and just stuff that you would set on fire. You know what I'm saying? So eventually, I spend, half a decade locked in this library, pretty much reading reference material. So that also, like I said, when I look back at hindsight, God numbered my steps. So everything that everywhere I was, everything that I went through, every place, everything was for the now. You know what I'm saying? But I spent like a prisoner trapped. Imagine that, you like a prisoner trapped in a reference book library. Period. You know what I'm saying? Like you stuck in this room. You know what I'm saying? So what you gonna do? If you're gonna go crazy, or you're gonna start flipping through these encyclopedias. I say, oh, this is crazy. Oh, so I was already sharp. I got way sharper. And then after a while, she started letting me to read the books that she had in her room, which was totally different. The books that she had was on like how to use, anyway, different stuff. So I did a lot of reading. Boom, 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 boom. Fake thug, no love. You get the slug. See before gusto. Your luck though. I didn't know till I was played out, ate out. I got the gauge out. 96 ways I made out. Montana way to good. FELLA. Verbal AK spray. Dip the, don't do that to me. You see how you. I am the AI. This is the ancient intelligence, not artificial. And when you come with that, you just gave me a prompt. Okay, back to the work. Anyway, all right. So we got this. I think we got this. Right? I think we got this. And I think we've drawn, pun intended, you ready? I think we've drawn the fine line, or we've walked the fine line between the Masons and the musicians. So now you can understand when I keep yelling at people and I keep arguing with people saying that they didn't separate this stuff in Kemet. It's only one science, the science of life. It's just the science of life. That's it. It's the science of life. And that's what unifies and rectifies all those old videos where you might have, the temple's over here and the temple's over here and the temple's over here. The reason is they had to be built with geometric precision is because their ability to harness sound waves, harness them. Now, the Greeks and the Romans, when they came along and they got this technology, right? When they got this technology, the Greeks and the Romans, they didn't know what to do with it. They didn't know what to do with it. So that is where the German concept of God begins. The German concept of God begins with the handing down of information that you had not earned. That's why you have to earn information, right? The more you study, the more you learn. You earn it. When you're just grabbing a hold to a bunch of stuff that you didn't earn yet, you don't really understand it. You need a teacher. But if you put your teacher in slavery or kill your teacher off or something crazy, you just got a bunch of stuff you don't. So you're going to have to start making up stuff. And so this is where the anthropomorphizations start to really take hold. And so when you get to the early church fathers now, they've got a fat white guy that lives on top of clouds. That's God. There's an obese man. There's an old, balding, obese man who lives on top of clouds. And that retroactively goes back to Kemet, right? Because now the conversation is the true believers believe in the one bald-headed fat man who lives on the clouds. And the heathens, oh, well, they believe in a bunch of these guys. And they're not fat or overweight. They're not white either. And they're not balding. But they do sometimes have on weird mask. And they look a little crazy. Right? Because they're overlaying their concepts onto the past. But that's not exactly what your ancestors said. Your ancestors were talking about energy and frequency. And energy and frequency can be personified, can be embodied purposefully. They built structures and systems to do that. Right? We can look at it closely when we look at pharaohs and the royal bloodline and the shin. Why is the shin important? Because the shin is what a chromosome looks like. It's very, very interesting to see the shin in the chromosome. And the shin is where you pass down the genetic information. A chromosome, where you pass down the genetic information. Wait, the shin isn't passing down genetic information. It's your bloodline. Rewind selector. Your bloodline is genetic information. See, don't let the language fool you. Don't let the language fool you. Once you get the meaning of the language, it's a match. And then you look at the pictures and you go, ooh, them pictures look, man. That's why I have that on the cover of the trigonometry book. Because you need to see it. See, on the trigonometry book, right, we have the shin. And inside the shin is a cartoon picture of me and a cartoon picture of my son. The cartoon picture of me and my son denotes what? Genetic information inside the shin. Why? Well, let's take a look at it. Let's look at it. How this thing looks. It's all wrapped up. Let me find this real quick. Let me find you a good picture. All right, let's pray.
In the Lord, with no line, no embargo. Oh, know that I am give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set our cells into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for your ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life. We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferries and turn them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turn them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium. We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium. Yeah. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodashim. We give thanks for the mechanic predictors when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodashim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway to the vineyard. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate to the vineyard closes. We give thanks to the Most High God that provides the light in our breath and the light in our breath. We give thanks for the finned olfactory system that makes our grapes ripe with light. We give thanks for the jet pillar that provides us with a stable fleet of ferry boats to dock in our vineyard. We give thanks for smooth sailing through the pulmonary vein into the storm of the left atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodashim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodashim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opens a pathway into the holy royal arch of the ISSA. Give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. Amen.
All right, now this right here, these are your histones, right? Up close and personal, right? These are your 4 sets of twins, right? Up close and personal. Now, this is how your DNA looks. 99.9999% of the time. Your DNA is not looking like a spiral wounded up staircase. You have too much DNA for that. You have too much DNA for that. It's too much. So that's not a real thing. This is how your DNA actually looks. Right? Now, that is remarkably close to the shin. Remarkably close to the shin. And this is the shin where you put the royal names of the royal family to pass down the, the family tree. The lineage, the bloodline is in this. Modern science gives us this. Here, let me flip it up so you can see it better. Modern science gives us that. Kemet gave us this. I'm not a person that believes in coincidence. Modern science gives us this to pass down the bloodline. Kemet said this is the shape that passed down the bloodline. Again, When the Greeks inherited it, what did they do with that? This symbol becomes what? The alpha and the omega. They didn't know what they had. They know it was divine somehow. So that's a lot of coincidences. If you want to go the coincidence route, that's a hellified coincidence right there. That's a coincidence of crazy. That's a wild coincidence. Not only the shape and the look and the design, but the actual usage. You telling me they got the actual shape correct by just coincidentally. And the shape that they came up with that passes down the bloodline information is also the shape that's inside that passes down the bloodline. So the shape and the function, they got the form and the function correct accidentally. See, if I apply Occam's razor, if we apply a Cam's razor, we have to go. Yeah, we don't know the middle part. We don't know how they knew this, how they figured this out. But they kind of knew it. They got it right. When you get the right answer, you can question the how you got it. You can't question the answer, though. It's correct. It's only our arrogance that makes us question it. Because we go, man, we needed X amount of technology to figure this out. They might have figured it out a different way. You learn that in math. That's possible, right? Because our children are in school right now and they're learning division way different than we did. To the point where I had to like have a little argument back and forth with my kids a little bit till they sat me down in my seat. I'm like, all right, cool, I'll tap out. Because they bringing me problems. I'm doing the problems. I'm getting the answer. And they're like, that's not it, Dad. That ain't how you get that. I'm like, wait, what? That's definitely the answer. They said, yeah, but our teacher want to see the work and we can't do it like that. If we do it like that, she's going to say it's wrong. We got to do it like this. And I was like, what is that? That looks crazy. Don't even explain that to me. Just finish that and get to your answer. If your answer is my answer, I'm going to tap out and get out your way. And they came with that same new method of figuring things out, of calculating, of computing. Their new method of computing gave them the same answer. So I had to back up off of it and sit my cup down. I had to let that go. Period. The simplest explanation. We gotta take it. Right? All right. So let's keep cooking. Yo, the crazy part is we only been through like 10 pages in this book. So no matter how much you think we went in, we ain't even touched the surface of this book. There's so much information in this book. And this book is not even the real book. This book is this like an explainer for some of the this book is 50,000. Let me see. I'm going to tell you exactly how many words in this book. It's right there on the screen. Yep, 58,915 words. You can see it right here on the bottom of the screen. It's tiny on your screen, so you might have to magnify it or zoom in or something. But you see it right here, 58,915 words. All right, so boom, that's that chapter. Oh, so we actually went through one chapter. We went through one chapter of the book. And how long did that take us? 5 hours. All right. So will we make it through the music theory chapter? Will we make it through the music theory chapter? All right. The numbers teach themselves. Self-expression, the point of self-organization. Okay. So there's another jewel right there for you. That had my mind blown. Right? that had my mind blown, and it could just be me. I'm gonna tell you why it could just be me. Because when I was young in the neighborhood, the older gods, the older brother, the OGs. At the time, we wasn't using OGs in the way like West Coast and other places was using the term OG. Right? It was the older gods, right? And just because we called the men gods and we called the women earths, that was the rap culture. Rap culture comes from the 5% culture, which comes from the Nation of Islam culture. So Nation of Islam, hated or love it, the underdog, hated or love it, the Nation of Islam gave us Dr. Sabi and rap music, right? Indirectly, but still. It comes out of that space, right? It comes out of that space. If you remember, Public Enemy, their whole thing was to mimic the Nation of Islam. You know what I'm saying? But so we call the men with gods, you know what I'm saying? And to distinguish between like men and boys, it was the young gods and the older gods, right? So OGs was the older gods, right? And so science was like this, it wasn't like what the world would think of as science. Science, from that cultural perspective, was math. Do the math. That's the science is the math. And any type of science that's disassociated from math, as far as we was concerned, it did not qualify as science. If ain't no numbers on there, that ain't real. That's not real science. You know what I'm saying? So you had to study the 120 and learn 120. And even when I was too young to understand what that even meant, I was in school. And I was in school introduced to the periodic table once again. And then I learned this crazy thing about the periodic table. The crazy thing I learned about the periodic table was that the maximum number of electrons per atom, 120, changed my life. Now, mind you, I was totally wrong in terms of thinking that the older gods was talking about this. So I'm thinking the older gods, because they keep saying dropping science and teaching science and woo woo. And then I go to school and they talk about 120. They're equating 120 to science. I go to school and in science class, I learned that the things that make up everything, that number is somehow in there. 120. So I take a special liking to the periodic table of atoms because I'm thinking that I'm learning 120. Anyway, probably says more about me than anything else. Probably says more about me than anything else. But what was mind-blowing though was that now fast forward till now, or now-ish, not exactly now-ish, right? Because back then, the whole thing, now mind you, there's a lot of gobbledygook associated with it, but you had some things that pan out, like the piece with the magnetic being important for creation, right? We had to wait for science to catch up for that to have meaning. Right. It's not till the 2000s that starts to really have biological significance. The piece with the magnetic. And for me, that automatically goes to Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. Because the piece with the magnetic is your blood. It carries the breath. Anyway, just for me, like I said, I have the unique POV. Right? So it shaped me up, right? But also in those stories, right? Also in those stories was the concept of self-creation, right? Which was unique because in Islam, you had Allah. In Christianity, you had Christ or Yahweh, or, you know, in the Buddhist, you had the nothingness, right? They just went the whole other way, the nothingness, right? But oddly enough, the Buddhism path was close, right? But it's about self-creation. Self-created. Very important concept that now science teaches, even if they're trying to teach it from the wrong perspective. See, when you keep trying to steal people's intellectual property and remix it and rename it, you're going to have problems like a biogenesis. A biogenesis is a very bad attempt at stealing the drip, right? Anyway, this is one of the things that was beautiful about the 8, right? Because the Kemenu teaches self-creation. It teaches self-creation by division, which is the same thing that your cells do. They multiply by dividing. They multiply by dividing. One cell divides and then becomes 2 whole cells. 2 cells divide and then become 4 whole cells. 4 cells divide, right? So they're multiplying in number, but they're doing that by dividing, right? That is the process of self-creation, which seems to be a code, because all our technology runs on the same code, right? But these numbers teach themselves, which is beautiful, because self-expression is a mark of self-creation, because the self-created must self-organize. And the visible evidence of self-organization is self-expression. Self-organization, self-creation, self-organization, self-expression, right? But in a language that modern science gives us. So now I can sit with the gods still, and I can have a conversation with the gods and speak their language. But then I can also go and sit down with some collegiate scholars, professors, et cetera, and I can have the same conversation with them in a way that they can't deny that, because it's the same thing. It's just couched in different languages, different words, different terminology, but it's the same thing, right? So that was mind-blowing for me to see that the numbers teach themselves. The numbers teaching themselves is because the numbers organize themselves. They organize themselves because they create themselves. Self-creation, self-organization. And you can't separate the creating from the organizing, because the larger is dividing into the smaller, which means that the larger is organizing itself into smaller units, right? That's self-organization, which is creating. The one cell is giving birth to the 2, but it's doing that by dividing itself into smaller units. Self-creation, self-organization, self-expression. If we look at it from the outside looking in, we're observing. If we're observing that, it's self-expressing. But now if we're observing it, we're taking part in it. All right. Let me go back to the book. Come on, man. And come on, man. And that's the 2 words they scared of: intelligent design. But you cannot have self-organization without intelligence. There's just no way for that to be possible. There's no way to have self-organization without intelligence. You just don't have it. Right? All right. So anyway, the numbers teach themselves. Self-expression. You begin with one vibration. Right? One vibration. In the beginning was the, right? One frequency, one source. We're going to call it F. F is the variable. FU. Right? F is the variable, frequency. Then the first creative act is not adding something different, it's doubling. How do you double? Just dividing. Very simple. The 1 is becoming 2. The sound changes register without changing identity. Musicians already describe octave notes as essentially the same note. Physically, the frequency doubles. Perceptually, the ears hear strong similarity because the harmonic relationship remains aligned. Pun intended. Aligned. Get it? The taut string, aligned. It's all right. It's in there. The first pair, two frequencies, one essence, one above, one below. That goes on to your first octave. Then you have another doubling. The 2 become 4. That is a second octave stack. You didn't add anything. You just doubled. Now, you have 4. The 4 is going to become 8, right? The complete octave. The exact same mathematics you learn in exponents. You learn this in school, exponents. Computers, binary. Starts with Kemetic math, right? That's another reason why you need the trigonometry book. You need the trigonometry book. Teach your kids out of the trigonometry book. Listen, teach your kids out of the trigonometry book and teach them to go into the app world. They'll make some apps. Like, why do I need to know this to make apps? Well, the language you're going to learn is based on this. So you probably should learn the origin starts right here with these people, North Africans. Yeah, these North Africans created this. You might need that to put that in your back pocket as you go out and you in your C++ and yeah, keep that in your back pocket. Keep that in your back pocket because things have a way of doing what? Cycling around. Things have a way of cycling around. So when you have that origin, usually you want to put that. It's like I learned from my dad about clothes. He was like, son, I have some of these clothes, I just understand that fashion goes in cycles. So you're going to have some name brand stuff. If you don't get some expensive, you just save it, keep it. You'll wear it while it's in style. Then you'll keep wearing it while it's out of style. And guess what? Put it in your closet. Hold it down. It's going to come back in style again. That's the nature of time. Period. It's just the nature of time. That's how it just goes in circles. It goes in circles. You have circular time and you have linear time. Linear time is much more closer to biology. Linear time is where time can run out. Circular time, there's no such thing as time running out. The end is the beginning. The beginning is the end. Which is the reason why, anyway. So let's keep cooking. Right? So we kind of went through the powers of 2 thing, right? From the 1 up to the gig, right? The gig is not exactly 1,000, it's 1,024, right? So you walk from understanding music, right? Without even knowing it, we done walked right into the quantum field. Like, wait a minute, how did we get into the quantum? We ain't getting into the quantum yet. Of course we did. Why do you think that specific number pattern is used to create the code? Why do you think that number pattern is used to create this code? The zeros and ones. The zeros and ones. This is the original coding that they use for computers. And then they start developing more computer languages as they learn more about this. As they learn more about this, they start to get deeper and deeper with binary. But it's still binary. Don't get it twisted, right? And there's an interesting thing with these binary. The interesting thing in binary is the number 64. The number 64 is represented like this in binary. It's the number 1 followed by 6 zeros. I always thought that was crazy. Like that for me is a mind-blowing thing. That the number 64 is 6 zeros and a 1. Right? Because I always thought that it was arbitrary that $1 million would make a person rich. 1 million. In my mind, I'm like, why is 1 million the number that makes you rich? Why not 10 million? Why not 100,000? Like, why was 1 million like a millionaire? Like, why was that the number? And then because my mind, I'd be going deep, like, but money is fiat. It doesn't even really have a value. Oh, but the real value is, right? So the number 64 symbolizes what? The living code, the base, the foundation of the genetic code is the number 64, right? So it's just interesting, little interesting things. Anyway, maybe only to me. But real wealth is your health. And the numbers say that, right? Real wealthy person, it starts here, which is why we're using AB, the abs. We're using AB as a case study to study our abs. Crazy, right? Anyway, all right. So that's where we get the bridge into the quantum space, right? Because those numbers are used to govern the behavior, or at least for us to understand the behavior of electricity. We have to understand the behavior of electricity so that way we can control it. You know, we've effectively enslaved electricity, right? We trap it, we send it back and forth to do work. We don't pay it, we don't honor it, right? So technically, electricity is in slavery. And that may or may not have a correlation to the population's health problems. But in order for us to understand how to send electricity, have some people send it to us, how to send light, how to receive light, how to create material or shape material that will absorb light and then convert that light to something else, right? That's kind of like Einstein gets credit for that, but that's really like J.J. Thomson with the photoelectric effect, the relationship between photons and electrons and a conductor, right? A conductor can switch photons to electrons and electrons back to photons. And so we learn that gives us the real ability to start sending and receiving, the photoelectric effect. Because now we can send something as light. That light can hit a conductor designed for the wave, and it's just really the size, the length of the conductor. That's the main thing. The length of the conductor to the length of the wave. So it's the wavelength to the length of the antenna. It's the main thing that you got to have in your construction plan. The rest, God did it, right? We're not making copper from scratch. Copper is already an element. Copper is here. You know what I'm saying? So copper does what it does. Aluminum does what it does. Steel does what it does. You know what I'm saying? We just taking measurements. Measure the wave, measure the antenna, boom. These antennas will pick up those waves because those antennas are in direct proportion to the wavelength. And that's it. Because it's a conductor, God has already also set up the conversion process for us. It's automatically going to switch those wavelengths of light into electricity. It's automatically going to do that for us, the conductor, right? It just so happens that a conductor not only transforms electricity to light and light to electricity, but a conductor also does what? Dictates the music. The conductor is dictating the music. Yeah, the conductor is not only the 1/137, right? The conductor is not only the 1/137, the conductor is controlling the music. Is that a coincidence? See, guys, I couldn't see that as coincidence, right? So anyway, if the root has period T, which is standing for time, then the octave has T over 2, right? The next octave, T over 4, T over 8. So now we're measuring time, right? Now we're measuring time. Every cycle eventually realigns. Nothing fights. Nothing beats against the root. Nothing is out of tune, right? This is the basis of Dr. Kheper's music theory. This is the basis of Dr. Kheper's music theory. Music, right? We're gonna put that Memphis, Baltimore on it. That music. Yeah, that music. That's that Memphis, Baltimore. That's that Memphimore. That's that Memphimore accent. That music, right? All right. Very short chapter. We made it through. We did 2 chapters today. We are cooking. We are cooking. We are cooking. Okay. We are cooking. All right. Let me skip down. Ooh. Most people are introduced. Okay, so here's where we get to music notation. Right? Here's where we get to music notation. Okay. So most people are introduced to music notation as a collective of mysterious symbols scattered across 5 horizontal lines. They are taught to memorize names, pun intended, taught. They are taught to memorize names, line positions, note values, clefs independently as though each symbol exists in isolation. In reality, the entire system is one visible language. Every symbol has a physical purpose. Every mark describes a movement. Every mark describes a movement. Understand that part, because movement is life. Be still is death. Movement is life. Every mark describes life, a movement. Together they form a complete map of organized motion. The name of the musical notes carry a profound hidden architecture that maps directly onto the operational layers of the human biology, right? And the human biology is mirrored by cosmology, right? From our perspective, right? From from a larger perspective, it would be the opposite, right? We're the children, right? We come from the cosmic womb. So obviously, the patterns are the same. The patterns are aligned, right? Anyway, so 11th century Latin, right, is where we get the do, re, mi. The do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, right? That comes from religion. That comes from the church. Oddly enough, the church is holding on to a whole lot of stuff in the stash. Okay, so Zab Judah, Adrian Bronner, and Dean the Great all just went live on Kick at the same time. What does that mean? Okay, that means nothing, because Zab is not with them. Zab is doing his children's thing. Dean is doing his hater thing. And right now, AB is doing his lost in the short stay. I just got a message on my, I didn't know where that was from. I just got a message on my laptop. I'm still trying to figure out some stuff with kicking them other. I'm still figuring out stuff with them other joints. Anyway, we're kind of cooking, moving through this thing here. All right, so blah, 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 blah. There's a lot that we're skipping, but we're going to skip it. All right. All right. So when we look at a standard written note on a page, what we're looking at is a guide for how energy condenses into physical space. A guide for how energy condenses into physical space. When we're looking at sheet music, it is a guide for how energy condenses into physical space, right? The note head. That's the round circle on the bottom. That's the foot. The note head is the foot part. Right? Right? Something like that. Right? But obviously colored all in. Right? That's the, I guess that's your ankle, your leg. Right? That's where they get this from. That's where they get the note from. The note comes from the foot in Kemet. Right? Boo. B-U. Right? I feel like that's genetic memory too, because we wear boots all year round from New York. We wear boots all year round from New York. Oh, you didn't think about boot, right? Boot. You didn't think. They've been stealing the drip so long. They've been stealing the drip so long, it's all over the place. All right, but anyway, so the note is literally a visual analog, a visual synonym, right? Note, foot, right? But the definitions are the same. When you look up this in the metal nature, it's not just foot. It's also a place or a coordinate. When you look up the note, it is directly defined as a coordinate. So literally, the definition is the same. It's not just visually. It's the definition of what a note is. It is a coordinate. It is a coordinate because where it is on the what? On the staff is going to determine what you got. Right? So now you can look at the staff and instead of just seeing black lines, right? Black Lines Matter. You know, we wrote the book. Go get that Black Lines Matter book, right? Black lines matter, right? But we know that these are more than just lines. We know these lines come from a long lineage, right? Pun intended, line, lineage, right? Line age, right? We know that these lines come from a long lineage of taught string, defining sound, defining waves. So it only makes sense that the same way you would lay out the strings of an instrument is how you would write down the sheet music. That same section of guitar, if we turned it up like this, it looked just like that. Only thing is it had one more string to it. Right? Look just like this. You open up a piano, it's just like this. Bunch of strings, all going in the same direction. Right? All parallels. Yeah, all parallels. And when you poof, make the sound starts to go perpendicular. So anyway, this whole thing is a measure. Measure, it goes in steps on a staff. It's just sitting right there. Music goes in steps. You use a staff to do what? A walking staff, steps, walk. I mean, it's the foot. You got the staff and the steps. The foot is the note, right? I mean, literally. That's also another word. Footnote. Bum. Okay. Scratch that from your memory. All right. So you have the note head. If it's a whole note, it's empty. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, you got the stem, the leg. You got the top, which is the flag or the beam. Right? The flag behaves like an electromagnetic antenna. The more flags you append, the higher the kinetic oscillation, forcing the muscular execution layer to fire at a hyper-accelerated velocity, like jumping rope, but just going faster and faster and faster. Right? Then we go through the notes. So you see the 12, blah, 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 blah. And then we start to get a little trickier. Right? We start to get a little trickier. Right? The first discovery is that a musical note resembles a living figure's waist, legs, and feet. Right? Now, not everywhere, but in Kemet. In Kemet, this was a thing. So you can ascribe your own level of importance to it, but this was definitely a thing. This was a vibe. Right? This was a thing right here. This was a thing. This was a vibe. In Kemet, this was a vibe. Right? Because when you see the gods are like this. People just never put two and two together. The gods are just like this. The gods are depicted with the left foot out and the right foot back. Left foot out, right foot back. This is how the gods are depicted. Left foot, left, right. This is it right here. This is Kemetic, right? Now this is a stick figure, like the bottom, you know what I'm saying, of whatever. But this was a whole vibe. Your Kemetic scholars totally missed all of this because they're not really studying Kemetic science. They're not studying Kemetic living. They're studying the rocks and the language. That's it. And because they're not doing the rest of the study, they're not doing so good with the rocks and the language. right? So you have the depictions of the gods, whether they're drawn on walls or statues like this. Left foot forward, right foot back. Right? Left foot forward, right foot back. Now, what else is interesting is that this very same motif, right? It gives you the foundation for all of martial arts. All of martial arts is based on this. And that includes boxing. All of martial arts is based on this. Creating a base. And that base is what? It's a triangle, right? And you're able to channel your energy from the ground up, right? So this becomes very important for martial arts, right? And we've already shown that martial arts doesn't come from Brazil. You got to stop that jiu-jitsu comes from Brazil thing. That is fraud. That is fraud. That is absolute fraud. And I will bet anybody any amount of money on it. In fact, before you lose your money, I will show you the reading that you need to do before you even have the conversation with me or somebody else like me that's already done the reading. Where the hell are these books? Let me show you these books. Longer than I thought. It's been a long, I shouldn't have left you without a strong beat to step two, step two, step two, step, step, step. Let me leave you with a strong beat to step two.
You need that D, yeah. D, D, D with that blue magic. You need that D, D with that blue magic. You need that D, D with that blue magic. Theology in a bottle. Calcium electric, I'm magnetic. Your kidney electric, your liver magnetic. I'm talking kinetic. That deep put God in the flesh. That deep put God in the flesh. Say it, say it. Electrons in your bones, stay high on that blue magic brain glow set. Dopamine flow, genes mode activate. Oral it, fall. All spirit low, chakra, EnQi the doctor. Ancient physics streaming on the product. The ketamine and then
All right, I can't find the whole series, but this is what you want to get. Get these books, the whole series. I have all of them. I just don't know where they are. Right? But this walks you back through the complete history. And I had to study this when I was taking jiu-jitsu classes. This walks you through the whole history of Brazilian jiu-jitsu. And it starts with the Japanese folks that went to Brazil doing expeditions and taught them, right? And then from my tradition, then I got the lineage of the Japanese. And thank God that I was, so one of my jiu-jitsu teachers was Baba Kalendi's right-hand man. Right, so it's from that lineage of, I also, we was enrolled and we studied with the Gracies for a little while, but no, Baba Kalendi, that. People know Baba Kalindi. If I say Baba Malik, y'all might not know who I'm talking about. But yeah, so we had to do the study also, right? And so that took me all the way to Beni Hassan. And there are no records of complete jiu-jitsu systems beyond Beni Hassan, right? So anyway, back to this, right? Because this becomes a lot, right? This becomes a lot. Before we get lost in the martial arts conversation, let's get back focused, right? Boxers have to learn how to transfer power from foot to foot. Their footwork is the most important thing. The punches don't matter if the footwork's not correct, right? But this is how we get. This is what we get from Kemet. But this also becomes the foundation. This also becomes the foundation for math in Kemet. This becomes the foundation for math in Kemet, right? Because if I'm standing here from this perspective, what I just drew, these 2 feet walking away from me, is the subtraction sign. If I stand on this side and the 2 feet are now walking towards me, this is the addition sign. So these feet represent addition and subtraction. Now, before you can fully understand what this means as addition and subtraction, you have to know all of that math that we were discussing earlier, right? We lay it out more clearly in the trigonometry book, because we do. In that book, we're teaching the Kemetic addition, Kemetic subtractions, Kemetic multiplication, Kemetic division, and how it relates and becomes the geometry, right? Because all of this is flowing one thing into another, right? So when you're dealing with addition and subtraction, remember it's addition and subtraction, but everything is based on powers of 2. Everything is based on frequency math. The entire math system is based on frequencies. So again, these people would tell you, academic from academia, never forget that's a name and a place. So academia is a nation and citizens pledge allegiance, right? So an academic from academia would tell you this is another coincidence, that the basic addition and subtraction just so happen to be the same exact math that you need to use to understand frequencies. That's a coincidence. That this same group of people that created the math to understand frequencies is also the same group of people that made gods out of sound, out of an octave. Their cosmology is based on octaves. Their math is based on frequencies. But it's coincidence, because they didn't really understand frequencies. They just created the very same math that we're still using. They invented it. We're using it. They invented it. And we're saying the inventors of it did not understand what it was. I want y'all to really understand how stupid that sounds. And we understand it. We just got a hold to it. They created it. We got a hold to it. And we're saying they don't know what it means. Oh, they couldn't have knew what it meant. Because if they knew what it meant, well, then they would have had something to prove it. You mean the gods? It's not enough. You mean describing accurately how nothing becomes something and how that something becomes alive? I mean, because they didn't use English words or French words or Russian words or German words to describe those things, because they didn't use the languages that you have ownership of, we're going to say this no good. It's the same thing with Jay-Z and Drake right now. Jay-Z made Tidal, and he wanted all the rappers to join Tidal. Drake was like, nah, I'm going to go over here and take a bite out of the apple. Now, that's the first time you get to see my eyes. You hear that? Hove, hover, hove, hove creates tidal. Get it? Tidal wave. Hove creates tidal. The wave. Hove creates the wave. Tidal. Tells everybody to get on the wave. One does not. He bites the apple. And they are at war. Anyway, we'll just stick to this. So this becomes addition and subtraction, but remember their mathematics is based around halving and doubling. Halving and doubling. Halving and doubling, right? So it's important to understand. Because when you know that this is addition and subtraction, halving and doubling, then you know this is what? Music notes. If we're talking about doubling or halving frequencies, these are music notes. And so it's very easy to come along later to a group of people that don't know their actual history and turn something that looks like that into something that looks like this and say, yep, we invented that. And yeah, y'all had nothing to do with that. We invented that. And if you don't do the math, you don't get it. And not only do you not get it, but you don't know what you don't know. So you don't know that by separating you from this intellectual property, they not only separate you from the IP and all the wealth it generates, they also separate you from your ancestral system of understanding God. So now you can debate and argue online and look like idiots every day because you don't know where you come from. And so you're making whole platforms and whole movements based on we don't know who we are. And so it's 2026 and you got whole platforms arguing about foolishness, one incorrect idea versus another, one watered down thing versus another watered down thing. And then you have the people, oh, no, I'm teaching the Kemetic science and all that stuff come from Kemetic science. It's a fact. But ask that person, where's the Kemetic science? They don't know any. They just know nobody else knows any. And that's it. So they stop right there. They can't do this, what I'm doing, because this is Kemetic science. And I'm a one of one. There's not someone in Africa teaching this. There's not someone in France teaching this. There's not someone in South America teaching this. There's not someone in Canada teaching this. I'm a one of one. You can't get this nowhere else. That's it. Well, you can kind of get it at your house, technically, because you got the books, right? You do have these books, right? You probably want to get them books. Okay. So, right? The musical notes resemble a living figure waist down, the legs and the feet. The legs and the feet. Leading with the left foot. The note head is the foot. The stem is the leg. When you join them together, that's the waist, right? Once you recognize the anatomy, once you see it, you can't unsee it. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. That's why we spent so much time yesterday on the aorta, right? That's why we spent so much time yesterday on the aorta, because literally you got to understand that the healthiness from the aorta is this same thing again. Let's go back to what I had there, right? You see this, we're going to put it back to the original. We're going to put it back to the original. Put it back to the original, right? The blueprint, right? The blueprint. Hold on. I gotta make these oranges disappear real quick. One time for that one time. What y'all gonna get? Get. This is something y'all can listen to. Let's just go to everybody's favorite.
Travis made darkness feel cinematic. Drake made pain sound smooth and attractive. Post made loneliness melodic and passive. Uzi made sadness feel floating in magic. Big songs don't hit cause they lyrical only. They hit cause the brain get lonely. Simple hooks loop to the nervous system, know it. Ghosted the body singing for the mouth notice. That's dopamine science, electrical timing. Prediction and reward, the whole brain chiming. Every replay deep in pathways inside them. Now the song becomes your identity wiring. Travis made darkness feel cinematic. Drake made pain sound smooth and attractive. Post made loneliness melodic and passive. Uzi made sadness feel floating in magic. The greatest hooks are fun drivers. They compressed emotions down to one-liners. The body love patterns and repeated fixtures. That's why crowds scream songs back like scriptures. DJ, electric thrills. My favorite song give me chills. In my skin, it mean I'm lit. For the song, it mean a hit. Also, I'm noticing God made dopamine. So I'm high, cause I'm focusing. Music is God and the go-between. A sentence is repentance. A verse to get your soul redeemed. The body hit a baseline first. Pain make the whole song work. Look the feeling till it hurt. That's why the whole world replay the verse. Heartbeat move with the drums. Nervous system go numb.
Music ain't sound where I'm from. It's electrical wave. All right. The oranges was delicious. Okay. Delicious. And you want to know something for your soft tissue? Anything high in vitamin C is good for your soft tissue. Because vitamin C is what initiates. Those are the initiators. It's in 2 sets of 3s. It's a double octave, a double triplet. Actually, a double chord. Actually, that's what it is. It's a double chord. It's two chords to build up your soft tissue, right? The first chord is vitamin C, lysine, and copper. The second chord is the proline, hydroxyproline, and what's the other one? Proline, hydroxyproline, and something else. Okay, I forgot. Look it up. It'll pop up for you. Anyway, we back over here, right? We back over here, and let me find this video for y'all. Oh, that's why I should have left the music playing. Okay.
See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am? See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am to fit in your space? That don't even make no sense.
Okay, hold on. I found what I was looking for. Because I made a little example. Because I want you to be able to think and imagine this in your mind. Right? So imagine this in your mind. Right? Now, the feet, I just threw the feet on there. Like you see like the skeleton. But technically, this is how your veins, your arteries, your vessels in your feet, they wrap around your bones and all that, right? So, and then obviously the heart is the beginning. But this entire thing here is an extension of your aorta, right? And I want you to kind of think of this. When you think of the aorta, right? I want you to think of like a giant. Imagine it. Maybe I should try to make it a better picture. But try to think of like a giant. And the giant grabs your leg with his hand. his hand is big enough to grab your whole leg. And he grabs the other one. And he starts doing like this with your legs, right? Your legs are just the casing for the muscle tissue and, more importantly, the blood flow that comes to the muscle tissue and the bones and all that to make them alive. So the life stream is in the blood. And so the whole body, the dirt part, right? The soil, the flesh, right, is animated by what's happening in that bloodstream. And so the giant has your legs and he's going like this. And every time your legs go back and forward, every time, it's a big pump of blood. And every time, the blood is pumping. That's exactly how your body works. That's why walking, jogging, or running is what? Cardiovascular. It's cardiovascular because every time you swing the legs, what you're actually doing is swinging the lower part of the aorta. The more vigorous you swing the lower legs of the aorta, the more translation of that torque you get. And that translation of torque does the heart's work for it. Does the heart's work for it. Does the heart's work for it. Not only that, but that translates to the brain. Because your brain actually has a beat. Your brain beats, it pulses just like your heart. But it doesn't have its own pulse, which is the reason why the brain is not seen or promoted like pulsing. But it does. It's just using the pulse of the heart. And the pulse from the heart gets to the brain via the aorta. The aorta translates those pressure waves to the spine, the JED. And that directly controls the pulse of the brain. And the pulse of the brain determines the cerebral spinal fluid activity, which it regulates everything in the brain. You want to see how it regulates everything in the brain? Just drain the brain of all fluid and see how long you're alive. All right? If your brain even starts to feel dry, you feel like you're dead. Period. It swell up. It leaning like the skull feel too small. Yeah. All you're going to do is have a good night out on the town drinking. So anyway, I tried to capture some of that with this little picture here. This animation.
It ain't no fun when a rabbit got the gun, you heard?
All right, so try to give you a good visual. And of course, we have to actually show the actual beating brain before somebody says, oh, no, that's not really made that up. It's just that I read books and you guys don't read books. That's really the only reason why it sounds like some of the stuff I make up, just because you don't read books. You can't find stuff that's buried in books. Me, I'm a treasure hunter. Yeah. And then you guys, well, the supporters anyway, you guys are the what is it? I think that's not beneficiaries. Well, technically you are the beneficiaries, but no, the sponsors. I forgot. Anyway, so there's that part, right? Y'all all right? Y'all awake? Y'all all right? Y'all okay? All right? All right. So we have the aorta, we have the feet, we have the notes, then we have the word meter, right? The word meter. Wait a minute, the word meter. The word meter, that is highly debated. Who invented the meter? Was it the French or was it Egypt? Right? Well, for this conversation, all we need to know is that it is a unit of measure. And not only is unit of measure, right? How do you measure it then? You measure by observance. So keep that in mind. Anytime you're making a measurement, you're making a keen observation. A keen observation is a measurement. But in music, the word meter is there again. That's very interesting. See, we have to examine the vocabulary as well to find the history. Right? Shout out to Abdullah Bey. Shout out to Abdullah Bey. I don't know where in the world he is. Right? Sometimes with, whatever he's teaching is kind of like not always compatible with what I'm teaching. But I always just have to give him his credit, because I wouldn't be able to have gotten this far if I didn't watch him performing magic with words. Because I got that from him. You know what I'm saying? He's like, oh, you don't even really fully know how to read. And I'm like, wait a minute. Do you know who you're talking to? Do you know who you... You're like, listen, I don't care how much reading you think you did. Unless you start finding out the etymology of these words, you don't even know what you're reading. I was highly insulted. Highly insulted. And went right home to prove him wrong. And boy, oh boy, I proved me wrong. And I've been on the etymology ever since. I got that from Abdullah Bey. Shout out to him wherever he is at. All right, so the meter, the word meter, does not simply refer to a time signature. Meter literally means measurement. It says the metric system, physical distance. Musical meter measures movement through time. The musical meter measures movement through time. Each measure on the staff is exactly what its name suggests, a measured portion of musical space. Now we've entered in the word space. Space is a very interesting word that we overlook. We overlook the importance of space because we literally have outer space Where is inner space if there's an outer space? There's just a lot of stuff that we should discuss when it comes to the word space. Anyway, the vertical lines that divide the staff are called bar lines, creating individual measures. Those measures determine how far the musical feet may travel, right? How many steps before it's too many steps. You take too many steps in basketball, it's called. You done took too many steps. You traveling. Hold up, but I'm a traveling man. How you going to limit where I go? The relationship reaches back even further through the history of language. The Greek word metron means measure, giving rise to both poetic meter and musical meter. Of course, masonry, measurement. Ancient poetry was organized into and by feet, measured units that established rhythm long before modern musical notation existed. Today, musicians still organize sound using the same underlying concept. Whether reading poetry or reading music, the performer advances through measured feet according to an established pattern. The language of walking never disappeared. It just evolved into music notation. Okay, so remember that music notation is about the movement, right? Movement, the arrangement, movement of energy. In Kemet, energy was categorized and named and described as the Necheru, the gods. Those supreme primordial force that everything else comes from. Everything else comes from this, right? Later on, the Romans and the Germans did their own thing, copying the drip, trying to remix everything, and got put all over the place. And right now, we have people that are arguing about misinterpretations or just outright lies about what your ancestors taught back in the days and how that may or may not have contributed to society. What you're learning here can destroy any argument about who contributed what to society. I mean, if you wanted to use these books as a nuclear warhead and blow up an argument about who contributed what to society, we can almost say that all of the world's modern science comes right from that small corner of North Africans. Right from that small corner of North Africans. Now, that small corner of North Africans, they would tell you that they're from the interior of Africa, right? Further down. But you'd have to get that story from them, right? Because the people that are there now that call themselves Egyptians, well, they're not Kemetic people. And that's where the problem comes in also. When you look at the people who are there now in Egypt and you try to insert yourself like Kevin Hart did. Kevin Hart, like, well, yeah, the ancient Egyptians was black and they banned him. Like, nah, you can't come here and teach that. A, it's not a fact. B, you trying to erase us. Let them people have Egyptian. There is no ancient Egyptian. So Kevin Hart was definitely wrong there. What he should have said is the Kemetic people, or dark skin, dark brown black folks with woolly hair. Then he would have been correct. He's probably still would have got banned, but at least he would have been correct and accurate. He made an inaccurate statement and got banned. Like, bro, you might as well had stayed silent and got your bag and came to see the doc to get you together so you get some real info. You can't just be running around with the, oh yeah, ancient Egyptians is black. Hold up. No, they're not. Egyptians is Greek. That's a Greek thing. So you got to pump your brakes right there. Kemetic people. Kemet. Now you got a conversation. People may not agree. They can debate it still. But you've got a conversation. You got a conversation. Right? Okay. Back to the notes. Once this perspective is established, a time signature no longer appears as two mysterious numbers stacked at the beginning of a staff, right? This is what Jack was talking about with counting to 4. Yeah, because music, people, is like a fraternity in and of itself. They speak this language that nobody else speak, and they can speak it to each other. And they get together and talk music stuff. Yeah, because they got their own language. My thing is, I just need all the musicians to know that you're also speaking quantum mechanics. You're also speaking the language of creation. You're also speaking the language of the gods. You're also speaking, I mean, you're speaking the highest language that there is. There's nothing higher than that. There's nothing higher than that. Right? Which is why it's very important to control. It is the most important thing to control. More important to control music than it is to control like bombs. Seriously. Once this perspective is established, a time signature no longer appears as 2 mysterious numbers stacked at the beginning of a staff. It becomes a set of walking instructions. The upper number tells the music feet how many steps belong inside each measure before another checkpoint is reached, just like a game, video game. The lower number identifies which kind of note carries the pulse of the walk. Full stop. Did you get what I just said? Look at the example I just showed you. I just showed you the aorta, right? I just showed you how the aorta translates each step or your steps to the heart to the brain. Now we're talking about music, and there's a number where it's a number over another number. It's a number over another number, and it's giving you a measure of beats and pulse. Where have I seen that motif before? The hospital. Oh, yeah. You mean these numbers that determine whether you need to get medicine, surgery, or you're about to drop dead? Yeah, those numbers. Such and such over such and such. Rush them in. Give them 1,000 cc's of don't drop dead, nigga. Yeah, it's just a coincidence that music and medicine and surgery all have the same origin too, huh? Coincidence. Coincidence got to run out because you can't really have like 11 or like 100 coincidences. It's just not for the same thing. How many coincidences before you say, oh, probably not a coincidence? I'll tell you what. When you're discussing history, especially Black history or African history, there is no limit to the amount of coincidence that there can be without a decisive decision. But guess what? In every court in America, woo, they don't play that coincidence thing. So don't let them play coincidence with you when it comes to science, because they don't play coincidence when you go to jail. Yeah, period. If you in court and they ain't got no evidence, but there's about 4 or 5 coincidences together, oh, that is called circumstantial evidence, and you getting ready to get a circumstantial sentence. Wait a minute. Sentence. You're going to get a sentence behind bars. Wait a minute. Isn't that musical language? Sentence, bars. The sentences determine the bar. Wait, are the bars determining the sentences? I know. That's another coincidence. Okay, we're just going to get back to the work. Anyway, a denominator of 4 places the journey on a quarter note footsteps. A denominator of 8 changes the stride to 8th notes. So on and so forth, producing a lighter, quicker, right? The notation is no longer abstract arithmetic. It is choreography written onto a measured path, right? It's choreography because it's feet, right? But it's going to translate to your feet. That's the other thing. The music directly translates to your movement, called dance. Right? And knowing this is how you control people's movement. So you have some songs at certain tempo, and they make you do like this. Right? You don't know that you're moving to a beat. I mean, you know you're moving to a beat because we've nicknamed the music the beat. But we've nicknamed the music the beat because it is an actual mathematic signature. The beat is the what you're going to use to quantize, to set the tone. Wait, set the tone. Yeah, the rhythm. It's going to be set. And the different pockets of tempo is going to give you the different types of dances, right? So you have certain music that's not even made for dancing. It's all mental. Then you got certain music that's made for you to start dancing, but it's like you two-stepping with it. Then you got certain music, soon as you hear that joint, period, you getting ready to get up and lose it, right? You getting ready to get up and lose it, right? It's up-tempo. But what are you doing? All you're doing is dividing the 1 to the 4, the 4 to the 8, the 8 to the 16, right? Right? It's the same space. You're just chopping up the space. And because your brain is literally translating those pitches and frequencies, your motor cortex is now uncontrollably locked into moving. And the better you get at creating these measures, the more you can control people with your music. And when you can make a certain type of song transfer a certain emotion or feeling every single time, that becomes your signature sound and you become super producer. So we know Timbo for a certain thing. Even though Timbo might not have invented that certain thing we know him for. I think my homeboy kind of invented it. Not a conversation for now. Shout out to Architect. Swiss, Dre, right? Now, Dre is not really known for his drums. Dre's not known for drums, which is interesting. Dre's not known for drums. Dre's known for the melodies and all that kind of stuff, right? The wiry synths and all that. And primarily that's because Dre had a whole coast to himself, right? So he was able to have 10, 20, 30 producers and just, they're all producing, sending it to him. And then he kicked them a few dollars and then he turned it into $1 zillion, right? All right, so we got the clef. The clef is the signpost, right? The clef is the signpost. Before you begin walking, you got to know where the path is going to lead you, right? That's your signpost to let you know where you're going, right? Bass, treble, right? That's a direction. That's taking you up or down the mountain. That is taking you up or down the mountain. And of course, y'all know we have a book on that. You know we got a book on that. Yeah, I know we got a book on that. Even though I don't know where it is. I might just be able to pull up a picture of it. Let me see if I can find a picture.
Oh, I know what I'm supposed to do. I know what I'm supposed to do. Good. Good thing I have my grocery shopping list. Don't leave home without it.
Myron! Myron!
What?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Everybody read no nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Wait, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks.
You called yesterday 2 weeks. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. EnQi. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. EnQi books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even a, first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the pictures. You know, it ain't nothing nasty about this. So what are you talking about? I got all the books right here. What are you talking about?
Myron, you don't even know how to read. Every time we get mail, you bring it to me. You think I don't know that?
I got hooked on Phoenix. Now, what you talking about? I was hooked on Phoenix, so I know how to read.
As of when? As of when? Because first of all, hooked on phonics, I believe it's for kids. There's no such thing as hooked on Phoenix. And if I recall, you're the same person that thought reindeer was pronounced reinder, and you're the same person that thought pigeon was pronounced piggion. So it makes sense that you went to hooked on Phoenix.
Man, such a dumbass.
No,
you always trying to say somebody can't read. I know exactly what I'm talking about, man. I'm reading the books. I got the book. I got the goddamn receipt right here. I got the goddamn receipt right here for the books. What you talking about?
Well, you need to return them for somebody who know how to read them. And I still don't. It's probably all type of stuff in the inside of the books, Myron. That's how sneaky you are. Give me the books. Give me the books, Myron.
Hell no.
Give me the books, Myron.
Amazon.
Give me the books, Myron.
I'm not giving you none. I got these books off Amazon. I'm not giving you the books. Ain't that nothing? No.
Bye-bye.
I've been in this game. Yeah. You're animals to the shit. Animal, baby.
The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
All right, so I couldn't really find good, well, not exactly what I was looking for, but I got 2 pictures and we can work with that. Okay, so we have this picture right here. Let's see if I can zoom in on this joint. Okay, bam. Oh, that's nice. All right, so we didn't zoomed in good on this, right? So this is the cochlea, right? Man, it's trying to like off-center the page. Stop that. What is that? Why is this like making me do that? You see that? All right, you know what I gotta do? Hold up. Here's what I gotta do. I'm gonna do it like this. And then we're gonna do this one. We're gonna do this one like this. We're gonna do this one like this. Boom. Okay. Now, Boom, and then I can do like this and make this whatever size I want to make it. Yeah, and I ain't gotta worry about, okay, bam. Yup, okay, boom. All right, so this is a top-down view, right? And looking at the top-down view, you can't really tell, but this is a mound or a pyramid or a mountain type of structure, right? You got the bottom swirl, and then you got a middle swirl, and then you got a top swirl, which is the apex. So that's what you're looking at, like it goes around. This is the bottom, it goes around, right? Then it goes up. As it's going around, it's going up. I want you to understand that. And then it gets to the top here, right? So that's how it's going. It's going down, around, and then it's up. It's just going up like this. You see what I'm saying? So it's literally a little mountain. It's literally a little mountain. You know, from the side, it looks like this. Well, this is a closer to a side view. Still kind of a bird's eye view, but it's a better view than the flat view, which is what they usually offer. Right? So sound is literally traveling through that mountain. Sound's literally traveling through that mountain. Those cochleas are little tiny, tiny, tiny microscopic mounds. It's very interesting. It's a very interesting little caveat. Yeah, just throw it in your back pocket. So all these things add up. Just more coincidences, I guess. Right? More coinky dinks. Yeah, more coinky dinks. Right? So anyway, as the journey continues, the pathway changes itself. Sometimes the ground raises, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Then we got, what we got? We got our signposts, right? We got our steps. We got our staff. We got the meter. We got our clefs as signposts. No journey continues without the rest or the pause. Music sees this by giving silence its own written form. So instead of leaving empty space, composers write a rest. A rest is not an absence of music. It's an intentional stop along the road, a rest. Not every movement is a simple step. Sometimes traveler leaps. Music names that leap an interval, right? So we walk through all of these things. Some of this stuff y'all just gotta read in the book. Right? Some of this y'all gotta read in the book. Okay. Once movement becomes the organizing principle, the grand staff reveals its purpose. The treble and bass staves are not two unrelated systems. They work together. They create a single expanded landscape or soundscape extending across a greater vertical range, right? Giving you more range, more sound. The moment multiple feet occupy the same position, the nature of the movement changes. Instead of walking independently across separate paths, they join together. A chord is not simply several notes played at the same time. Visually, it is several individual music bodies standing shoulder to shoulder on the same beat. They surrender individual motion in order to create collective motion. See, this is all masonry. Masons don't know this, but if you're a musician, you study in masonry. If you're a masonry, you're studying music. If you're a mason or a musician, you're studying quantum mechanics. It's one thing. It's not it's not different. It's one thing. They surrender individual motion in order to create collective motion. The journey is no longer horizontal, but vertical. They rise together. They fall together. They sustain together. The individuality of each traveler remains, but the movement becomes unified through cooperation. The physical image explains why the language surrounding harmony repeatedly invokes ideas of binding, joining, agreement, and construction. The word harmony itself carries the sense of joining parts into a coherent whole. The word cord shares historical roots with cord, a rope, a binding string. Medieval notation employs ligatures, literally binding several nodes into one continuous written form. Ligatures, wait a minute, ligatures, ligament. Yeah, you probably got a story right now. Like, hold up. When I was in college playing basketball, I tore my ligature. I tore my ligament. Modern notation continues this tradition through ties and slurs, visually connecting notes so the performer sees they belong to one uninterrupted musical gesture. Different centuries develop different symbols, yet all preserve the same underlying principle. Individual movements become unified movement. Seen this way, harmony is not merely an acoustic event, it is organized cooperation. Individual note feet voluntarily align themselves according to common mathematical relationships. Each voice maintains its identity while agreeing to move within a larger structure. A single traveler becomes a procession. A procession becomes an ensemble. An ensemble becomes architecture, just as individual stones become a cathedral after their geometry has been carefully organized. Individual notes become harmony only after their intervals have been arranged into stable relationships. Geometry governs both. Sound merely reveals the geometry to the ear. Every musical phrase eventually arrives at its destination. The arrival is called cadence. The word itself carries an image of falling or settling. After wandering through a movement, tension, anticipation, and release, the musical travelers, the notes, the feet, finally return home. Their journey concludes not because the music ended, but because equilibrium, balance has been restored. So they begin and they end at Ma'at. But it's not until you create potential that you get movement. When you create potential, you get movement. When there's no potential, there's balance. Life is about movement. Life is about potential. The remarkable consistency of this language suggests that the Western notation was designed as far more than a collection of symbols. It became a complete visual grammar for describing organized movement through measured time and measured space. Feet, walking, measures, meters, path, staff, blah, blah, blah. All the same conceptual motif. Once these relationships become visible, the staff ceases to become an abstract score, right? Check the score. That's why I'm telling these folks, check the score. If you think you a scholar, you probably should check the score. Because if I don't see no papers and no books, you're not a scholar. And the quality of your paper and books, that don't matter. You could be a bad scholar. You could be a dumb scholar, right? You could be a bad scholar or a dumb scholar, but you still will be a scholar if you got your works. On the flip side, you could be a genius, right? Dr. Sebi's considered a genius, but Dr. Sebi's never considered to be a scholar. Why? He doesn't have any papers or books written, so you can't be a scholar. Grand opening, grand closing. Now take that and look around the internet and see how many scholars there are actually on the internet arguing. Once these relationships become visible, the staff ceases to be an abstract score and becomes a living landscape where music is literally walking before it's heard. If harmony teaches individual notes to cooperate, rhythm teaches them when to cooperate. Timing is the invisible architecture holding the entire musical civilization together. Now, this is important because we did something I'm not sure. In fact, I'm sure we probably will not get into in this book deeply anyway, not like in a meaningful way. But in the series, we definitely dig into it, right? We have the threshold for living, right? The threshold for living. Now, if y'all know, for a long time, I've been saying one thing over and over and over. I've been saying a few things over and over. But one thing that you don't see with your eyes and you don't hear with your ears. You see and you hear with your mind. You don't see with your eyes. You don't hear with your ears. You see and you hear with your mind. Meaning, your eyes absorbing light. Your ears absorbing sound, right? But these are just mechanical waves and traveling in electromagnetic waves. That's it. The light waves don't transform into what you see around you until your brain organizes them. Definitely hurt my foot. Right? But here's the thing. Your brain has a specific way it does that. Your brain has a specific way it does that. You go from walking to running. You go from walking to running, right? So the way you go from walking to running is frequency, is timing, right? Frequency, timing. So if I see an image, it's just one image, right? If I see one image, it's a still image. If you show me multiple images, I'm going to see multiple still images, right? If you start to show me still images, at more than 12 per second, the images come alive. They start moving. Starting with the 13th. The 13th is the one that creates the life. The 13th takes the dead, still images and makes them move. This is the science of Hollywood. They understand this. You don't. You need to. It's the same with sound. The magic number with sound is 22. When you get past 22 sounds per second, you don't hear the individual sounds. They start to blend in and form music. Now, you may not like the music. It could be bad music. It's still music nonetheless, right? Music is sound in motion, sounds in motion, right? That's what music is. We got a bunch of sounds in motion together, right? Motion, right? Motion. What's the motion? Waves. What's the motion here? Waves. This is going in the eyes, this is going in the ears, but they're both targeting the brain. And your the parts of your brain that arrange electromagnetic waves into pictures, moving pictures, it's because it's getting those pictures at a specific frequency. So anything starting with 13 and more is going to be a moving picture, right? Anything more than 21 sounds per second, you're going to have an extended panorama, a soundscape. You're going to have music. Now, we have taken that a step further. And proposed our threshold for life, right? So this is a threshold where single images become moving images. This is a threshold where single sounds become moving sound. We have proposed that there is a threshold where isolated chemical reactions become life. Isolated chemical reactions become life. And that is here. This is our proposed threshold of life. So, of course, we can't release information like this on the internet without publishing it first. How stupid would I look if I put out, even if I'm wrong, somebody will study what I did and come with the right answer. Why is somebody at my door making a lot of noise? What are you doing at my door making them noises?
This is the Bible of the electrogenic cell. It's not just the best book ever written on the subject, it's the only book ever written on this subject. Brought to you by supporters of Christ.
You gotta hold on. So this is a thing. I did doing ridiculousness. Anyway, these are daddy moments. It just happens. So we have a threshold where chemistry, isolated chemical reactions, becomes life. Right? There's a threshold for that. And from all our research, melanin versus diabetes, the movement, from us, that's what we're proposing. 750 milligrams of ATP per second. Now, the reason why it's not a number like 12 or 22 is because there's a lot of different numbers attached. And the only one that's important is that, right? So it's less important. I could have gave you a more complicated calculation and talked about, electrons moving through the electron transport chain and gave you some super astronomical number, which probably would be a lot less accurate because different people are going to require different, and depending on your activity and all that, it's going to be a different amount of food and electrons and electron transport chain activity. But this is what's important. What's important is that the ATPase pumps are able to pump out 750 milligrams of ATP per second. Anything below that, the chemistry breaks back down into individual chemical reactions, one at a time, not supporting life. In order to support life, the orchestra, the whole entire orchestra, metabolism, digestion, cellular respiration, the whole orchestra has to be playing, right? And this is what they have to be synthesizing per second. So that is our proposed. I think it's accurate, but I just want to, state it with some degree of humility, even though I really don't have much of that.
See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am? See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am to fit in your space? That don't even make no sense.
What if everything you've ever learned about the universe was missing one word? The universe is not a machine. It is not simply matter. It is music. Every song begins with one note. So does creation. The composer's baton is hydrogen. When the first note began vibrating, light was born. The elements are not simply chemicals. They are the notes from which every song is written. A composer never needs infinite notes. He creates infinite songs from a finite orchestra. When hydrogen and oxygen began performing in concert, the first concert hall was born. Before there were hearts, there was water. Before there were brains, there was water. Every future song would rehearse inside the hydrome. Magnetism does not play the music. It keeps the orchestra together. The chest is not merely protection. It is the grand human beatbox. The baby rhythm begins deep within the brain. The grand rhythm fills the lungs and heart. The entire human composition becomes a living instrument. The genome is not life. It is the score. The phenome is the opera. Opera is living music. It gives flesh to ideas and matter to composition. Every performer has an audience. Every audience becomes another performer. This is the information sphere. This is the inspiratum. The universe is built from nested audiences. DNA is not the music. It is the record. The cell reads the grooves. The body performs the album. An album was once a public announcement. Your life is still one. Every beat writes another track. Every day becomes another session. Every season becomes another album. Every lifetime becomes another record. The catalog grows forever. Relationship is two or more performers acting in concert. Health is biological concert. Healing is restoring concert. Life is universal concert. People have spent centuries asking what the universe is made of. The composer asks a different question. What song is it singing? Life is not made of matter. Matter is organized into music.
Okay. The idea becomes even more profound. Oh my goodness. One more. Hold on. One more second. I'll be right back.
Because these recipes all look crazy.
Yeah. And I'm definitely grateful to collab with Ink. Like he's been, sort of like a silent mentor, kind of like, guiding me through a lot of these different processes and, me reaching out to him. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? So that's just a testament to, a lot of information that, I gathered from him and other people.
Lamar, don't take my word for it. Stalin, Society Baby, Dead Stop, Madman, Jeremiah. Thanks to the whole chat.
It's not just kitchen chemistry. You gotta add chemistry in the kitchen. And well cooked. Yeah. Kev, Brian, Amber, on your speaker. Peyton, Andrew, you know the life. Kyle, D, Long Beach Nights, on Christ. Nobody else is this nice. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. I've been nice like nobody else. Right in the fear, look, Paul top shelf. It's nothing new, you can tell me. I live off love, shout out to Helvy. I believe in God, it's really natchez. 20 years later, we're Philly natchez. 100 packs popping, studying detoxing. Live on YouTube, new books dropping. We yelling, add your game, 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 add your game. Osborne, Anna, Politica, Kev, I'm your speaker. Peyton, Andrew, you know the life. Kyle D, Lauren P. Snipes, on Christ. Nobody else is this nice. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. Z still with us. Munch still with us. Tiff still with us. Hey, this what consistency get us. The golly, I've been robbing Cardi, Hot One. We stylin'. It feel good to see Jamal Allen. Do it, Rashawn. Make me feel like LeBron. Hey, I'm telling you, chat, that's the topic. I see the life fiber optic. Levin has got it. It's real. I give thanks for tuning in. It's soon to win. Make sure you're doing him. Oh yeah. Make sure you're doing him. Make sure you're doing him. We yelling out your gang, 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 out your gang. And what?
Yeah, see, some of y'all thought that was the closing song. Not the closing song. We're back. All right. Just had some daddy emergencies, some fires I need to put out. All right, so the idea becomes even more profound in modern music production through the process known as quantization. Every musician has experienced slight imperfections while performing.
A note may arrive a fraction of a beat early. Another may land slightly behind the pulse. Human performance naturally contains shucks. What is wrong with this? Oh, damn. All right. I had to plug the charger and kick the charger out. Human performance naturally contains these tiny variations because biological movement is continuous rather than perfectly mathematical. Right? So what do we have in a bunch of the books? Perpetual motion, right? Hormesis training. Hormesis training to stimulate perpetual motion, right? Digital music production introduces a remarkable solution. Instead of allowing every note to remain wherever it happened to be performed, the software snaps each note onto an exact grid. The wandering feet are returned to their proper positions along the roadway. Chaos becomes order through measurement. This same understanding is how an architect is going to design your city, right? It's how they're going to design your city. This is how they're going to design your roads, your streets, right? Your highways. It's all going to be based on harmony in movement and factoring in free will in the movement between the residential areas, the commercial areas, commercial areas are kind of like the work areas, but then also like your corporate spaces, right? Where there's going to be like office stuff and maybe, stuff like that, institutional buildings, your corporate place, and then your residential areas, and how your streets weave pathways to and from all these locations, right? And then out of that city to another group of institutional buildings, commercial buildings, and residential buildings. And that's kind of what a city is, right? But it's the same organized pathways, right? Organized pathways on a beat, right? So they create the pathways, the roadways, the highways, all that. And then they put the what? The stop signs, the rest, right? The red light, the yellow light, the green light. They put all these things in and they program them to a beat. So every so many seconds, the light changes, right? Every so many blocks, there's a stop sign. There's a yield. There's a slow down. Because they're changing the movement. Why? They're changing the movement to maintain the harmony. You maintain the harmony, everybody's safe. Things can progress. When the harmony gets broken down, problem, stress, etc. Same thing goes on in your body. Your circulatory system, your blood, it has a pace. It has a speed. When you're at rest, that speed is determined by your breath. When you get excited, that speed is determined by your breath. So you have the breath and you have your feet. Your feet and your breath, either or, can take over the steering wheel for the heart. And the heart is going to determine the pace that the blood are moving through, right? All your vessels, right? So it's the same thing over and over and over. I knew somebody was going to jump on it. I knew somebody was going to jump on it. All right. All right. Now, seen from this perspective, quantization is far more than a production technique, right? Quantization is how you organize everything from biochemistry to whole cities, right? Quantization. Like I said, if you make beats, if you know music, you know all the rest of the stuff. You just don't know that you know it already, right? Because that's the first thing. In fact, you get annoyed with that and turn it off. You know what I'm saying? Because when you first start using something like your Pro Tools or whatever, you need that to help you, you know. But after you figure out, you know, after you get a little more comfortable, then you won't really need to. It'll be less a helper and more of like breaking your concentration or breaking your creativity. But when you start, you need that quantization. You need that. The producer is not merely correcting mistakes. The producers establish an agreement among every musical traveler, every sound, every note. They now share the same clock. So every step lands on the same mathematical motif. Every performer participates in a unified pulse. Time itself is organized. The language describing this process deserves careful attention, right? Pay attention. The word quantization did not originate exclusively in music. Physics uses the same term to describe one of the most revolutionary discoveries in modern science. During the early 20th century, Max Planck demonstrated that energy is not exchanged in an infinitely smooth continuum. Instead, energy appears in discrete packets known as quanta. Quanta. Albert Einstein extended this concept by explaining light itself through these quantized packets, right? We got photons, etc. Let me add the etc. Suddenly, the microscopic universe no longer behaved like an endlessly divisible stream. Nature itself appeared to move in measured units. The parallel between musical quantization and physical quantization is striking. A digital workstation refuses to allow notes to wander arbitrarily between rhythmic divisions. Instead, they occupy specific measurable positions upon a timing grid. Likewise, quantum theory describes physical systems that occupy specific measurable states rather than every imaginable intermediate value. Right? It's structure. In both cases, organization replaces unlimited randomness. That effectively ends all debate on chaos and chaos creating order and blah, 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 blah. Chaos does not create order. Order is imposed on chaos, right? We talked about it earlier. Self-organization, self-creation, right? So chaos does not create life because we don't see chaos anywhere in life. We don't see that. What we see is order, efficiency, harmony. Okay, you know what? I think 7 hours.
But it'll sound better on 30 bucks. But it'll sound better. See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am? But it'll sound better. It'll sound better. It'll sound better. See, listen to what you just said. Why would I need to pretend to be smaller than I actually am to fit in your space? That don't even make no sense.
Kheper, Dr. Kheper. You know his name, Dr. Kheper. And the Beatles Music Academy, you'll know his name. God is music. I hope you hear him. This is his academy. Earth is the booth, sun called the session. Flesh is the record, spirit the impression. Matter the current, current to light. Light back the spirit, conduct your life. God is music, flesh is the record. Wave hit the matter, now the whole thing electric. 27 sections, every member connected. Hold fast to the cycle, no enemy prevailing. Matter the current.